Together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Heavy is the foot that runs you down. Absent is the love that you have found. You block the path that always led you home. It's been too long since we
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, game day now for UAB. UAB and Jack State tonight, 6:30 ESPN college football back for our state. A lot to get to today. Jam-packed on the guest list. Wimp in the very next segment with his blue plate pick for the weekend. We've got our upset alerts every Wednesday as well. We'll do that later in the show. Chris Lowe from ESPN to start hour 2. Roman Harper starts hour 3. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas starts hour 4. All fired up for UAB and Jack State tonight. And, you know, when you start with this UAB team getting ready for Jack State tonight, they've got 11 super seniors, guys who've got that extra COVID year, a lot of experience, including Christopher Mole, who is an All-American talent at linebacker who's now moved to safety, sort of playing a safety linebacker mold. The CUSA champs, they have a lot of experience and a lot of talent back on that team as they battle Jack State in a tricky opener tonight.
Well, it is a tricky opener when you look at Jack State just coming off, a deep playoff run this past spring and went 10-3. Brown, your alma mater there. Talking about tricky defense. Their defense gives up under 15 points per game last spring. Zarek Cooper is a dynamic quarterback that started his career at Clemson. He's a guy that will give UAB's defense some problems. And this number we talked about, it was skinny. It was 14.5. It's ballooned up to 16 right now. It's kind of off the board in a lot of shops. People have asked me, hey, where can I actually get down on this game tonight? Your local guy, if you push him enough,
the man,
he'll open it up for you.
I was driving to work today. I was not watching anything. I don't know why I started that. I was driving to work today, and a longtime friend of mine called and said, hey, have you seen this UAB Jack State number? I was like, yeah, we've talked about it. And he goes, I can't think of a quality FBS team, a conference champion, being this close to an FCS team on a Vegas number. He goes, you don't get those a lot. Anyway, he said, but, man, this seems kind of like a low number for a game like this.
It went from 14.5 to 16, so it's changing a little bit. And you look at how the public's playing it right now, it's close to a 50-50, right?
Do you guys believe UAB scores 31 plus?
Well, that's what I told him. I said, you got to remember now, a 16-point line for UAB is a little bit different because they don't score a ton of points. They don't give up a lot and they don't score a lot. So I'm like, I don't know how to do the math here, but 16 for UAB for an offense like Alabama or Clemson would be more like 30?
Yeah, like,
see what I'm saying?
Back in the day, back in the Pete Carril days for Princeton, when they would lay 6 or 7 points, that was like laying 14 or 15 points.
Yeah, there's my point.
Yeah, because the possessions were cut down. And when you start to look at two really good defenses, I assume UAB, the game's not – Tyler Johnston is not going to go out and win this game for them. They're going to pick it up running the football, and they're going to win it with defense. Again, I think it's going to be two dominant defenses. Zarek Cooper is a good enough quarterback to keep Jack State in this game. I think it's going to be an interesting game going into the second half.
Yeah, 63%. I just updated. 63% of the people that are betting, placing legal bets, are betting on UAB tonight to cover that spread that's at 16. So the public on the side of the Blazers tonight. One thing to keep an eye on, the veteran offensive line is back, but Spencer Brown is not. So Dwayne McBride becomes the focal point of that running attack for UAB tonight in a game that will be limited in possessions. If I said UAB is an elite quarterback away with this roster from being, in the conversation with all the other elite group of 5 teams, I wouldn't be far off, I don't think.
Well, if you talk about elite quarterback.
If you put Dylan Gabriel on UAB's team with UAB's roster, I like UAB.
Grayson McCall for Coastal Carolina.
Ritter at Cincinnati.
A lot of these, we've talked about the Group 5 quarterbacks before and how many, there's a handful of guys, Malik Willis, guys that will play in the league, obviously. I wouldn't disagree with that. Again, I think Spencer Brown's going to be a big loss.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, he is, but I think they've got talent in that running back room that will equal Spencer Brown's ability to run the football. A lot of that is style of play and a great offensive line. I think we'll leave tonight watching Dwayne McBride run the football and say to ourselves,
they didn't miss a beat.
They didn't miss a beat.
That's a mouthful because I think Spencer Brown's the best running back ever to play at UAB. Am I wrong about that, you think?
Oh, Howard was really good.
He
I mean,
was.
I don't know if you consider Indiana or UAB.
Well, I would give him UAB. I mean, he played there. But I think Spencer Brown, I think, is the best running back ever to play at UAB.
The great Ted Feely tells me McBride averaged 9.3 yards a carry in 6 games last year.
Yeah, just didn't have a lot of carries. I mean, Spencer Brown had 186 carries, McBride only 47 touches.
But 9.3 will get it done.
Yeah, he's got the Hogs in front of him for the Blazers tonight. And remember, UAB's defense, top 10 nationally again last year. So points at a premium tonight. It'll be the opposite of what Boise UCF is expected to be coming up on Thursday night as they get going 6:30 tonight in Montgomery. UAB, technically the visiting team in this contest. It'll be a fun game. It's on main ESPN. Our buddy Lauren Sisler on the sidelines for that call tonight. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. As we get rolling today, Bromberg's, great for, of course, the holidays, which isn't too far away as we kick off football, but anniversaries and birthdays as well.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's, they've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms right here in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
A lot of people jumping in on the chat early on this morning. We appreciate all you folks viewing us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and on Periscope, where you can get us on the Twitter feed all the time. Highball X, thank you. Good morning to you. Got some good morning from Bo and a Wardam Eagle there. People asking, why are we not in UAB gear? I wore an Illinois T-shirt the other day. I was going to wear a UAB T-shirt this morning, but I texted Brown, and I was like, hey, will you wear a Jack State T-shirt, and I'll wear a UAB T-shirt. And then we started thinking, was that going to make one fan base mad, not the other, since it's 2 local teams playing? I'll bring out the UAB gear later down the road, maybe against Georgia.
Never, in all of our years, had somebody request us to wear UAB gear.
That is
true. Be a different era.
It's because I wore the Illinois shirt on Friday, and I will throw. I've got a lot of T-shirts. You pointed that out.
They don't want Tyler Johnston to blow his shoulder, do they?
Yeah, that's a great point. I did wear the Illinois shirt, and they lost their starting quarterback
in the first quarter. They lost their starting.
Hey,
quarterback.
but
back off, UAB fans.
According to Bielema, he's not out for the year. And there's a possibility he'll play this weekend.
It looked like that broken collarbone injury you get when you go shoulder first and a big defensive lineman on top of you.
Well, that's what Heward said in the broadcast.
Yeah.
I've had that hit several times, and there's, I know what could be wrong with him.
What Brock stopped from saying was he's out for the season. I've had that hit a lot. He's out for the season.
I think we all said it to ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
He's
There's
out for
no
the
doubt
season.
I thought he was, yeah.
Michael says, though, Lance not afraid to rock the Jacksonville State colors.
That is true.
Is there a chance that the lock later on in the show from Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing is UAB Jack State?
I will be honest, I lean Jack State plus the 16 in this game. I probably won't give it out because not enough people will be able to play it. I went onto my online sites where I wager today, and it was not available on either one of them.
Yeah, your words were, you got to push that local man, and he'll let it happen.
You probably will have to call him. The local man's got a little. I don't want to call them lazy, but now they've got the website, so they don't have to take the call.
Right.
They don't have to talk to the guys as much.
Let me tell you, let me ask you this. If you have to push the local man to play this game, is he going to bump the line in his favor a little bit, however he thinks it's going to go?
Sometimes, right?
I think this number could hover around 17, Brown, with the local guy.
Yeah, that's right. So in Vegas, it's going to be a little bit lower than
I think
that.
Everybody likes UAB in this game.
But if
that's good for Big C, little O, CKS.
Oh, I see what you did there.
The old cheer, man.
Is that y'all did that cheer?
Yes.
Do it for me again.
Big C, little O, CKS, Jack State Gamecocks. Oh, hell yes.
Oh, my God.
It's not quite as good as Hotty Toddy, but that's
close.
I don't want to say that's a mouthful, but
It's an eerily familiar to my ringtone.
Yes. It's a capital C, too, Rockstar. You got a big C.
You got to have a big C.
Big C, little O, CKS.
People are asking about game day music. Can you address that for the chat folks early on?
Yeah,
here?
we're not going to have it.
Is that to the point enough?
Yep.
Did you want that? I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, we've danced around it. We don't have the copyright.
yeah, nothing to do about it.
I mean, there are massive copyright issues to both.
I'd love to play some Poison today on the show, but we can't do it.
I'd love to play some stuff.
There are massive copyright issues to every single thing involved in that song. Everything. There is not one thing we did in that song. Honestly,
You know what? Let me ask you this.
What?
Could
You're
Rockstar's
about
version
to say honestly?
Yeah.
No, could Rockstar's version be played?
No. because
No, it's the back of the music.
Oh, yeah.
no, Rockstar technically, if we had no music, could do all the wording.
That wouldn't
he
be a lot
did.
of work.
No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, so copyright on the song and all the play-by-play cuts, no matter which ones we use. I mean, if you'll notice, years ago in our old job, when we used to work in radio, we swapped from the Crimson Tide Network calls to the ESPN radio calls. That in itself was a copyright issue we had to dance around
Yeah.
back in the day.
Because at one point we were the Alabama radio affiliate.
That's right.
And they were like, sure, go
Sure,
ahead.
use whatever you want.
Yeah.
And then
we
you
were not
couldn't.
the
Yeah.
Alabama radio affiliate, and they were like,
Not so much. So, yeah, it's going to be a big copyright issue, so we're not going to have a game day song. I apologize. I wish we could do it. Trust me, it's part of the fabric of what we've done over the years. But it has died.
We also mixed in Phil Collins, right?
Well,
Well, it was
actually, it was Non-Point. was the name of the
Non-Point
group.
doing Phil Collins.
Doing Phil Collins.
I saw
yes.
Breaking of the Band Genesis the other night.
Peter Gabriel, they don't get along, do they?
No, Phil
No.
Collins had a lot of hair back in the day.
He did.
Hey,
Tall
hey,
guy.
And just so you know, we would have to pay, what's the ripoff band that did the
Non-Point.
Non-Point? We'd have to pay them, and we'd have to pay Phil Collins.
No, and we'd have to pay Spotify, right? I mean, it gets really, really complicated. I had a conversation with Rockstar about it last week. I didn't know how deep this thing went.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
copyrights. And that's one thing, if you and you may or may not have noticed this, our bumper music that we play coming back is all original by Rockstar.
Not all. I would say 50%.
50% original by Rockstar.
Well, I mean,
bit of
it's going to be a
overstatement
lot
on
of
my
work to do like 20 bumpers a day.
Yeah, and Les Newby.
Yeah.
So
Les Newby from Old Elegante.
Yeah. So a lot of our music has changed. People are asking about the pick 3. Pick 6 this year. It'll be live later today on our website.
we felt so bad about the game day, so we doubled the pick 3. It's now the pick 6.
But
yes.
it's easier for you to get into the championship round now on the pick 6. You'll go onto the website. It's an easy click. You pick Alabama, you pick Miami with the points. You pick Clemson, you pick Georgia with a point. There'll be 6 games there. You pick all 6, right? And if you're in first place or tied for first place, you're in the championship round. You don't have to be perfect in the old pick 6. You just have to be first that week. And you don't have to play every week. We'll have a group of qualifiers every week to get into the championship to try to win it, though. There's a good chance it won't be a drawing in the championship unless you go through a series of tiebreakers and end up into a drawing. But you'll have to win the prize on rivalry weekend. So we're looking forward to that. That'll be Friday with our pick 6, and we'll have those games up for you later today, nextroundlive.com. It'll be brought to you by the great folks at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, I was just going to remind you, Buffalo Wild Wings is going to be involved with us again this year with the next round. Excited about that, and we will have a special end of the season prize brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's right. And sometimes we send you to watch a football game. So hang around for all that as we get rolling. As we get to the biggest story away from UAB starting tonight, we talked about it on the show yesterday, and then it happened, almost like we said it, and then somebody in College Station who smokes a big fat cigar
Or
and
a lot
wears
of weed yesterday.
and wears a hat.
Or maybe
says,
even crack.
you know what? Those next round guys are split about how much we love Jimbo Fisher. So let's
$7.5 million wasn't enough for an average coach.
Let's give him some more oil money, and they did. Jimbo Fisher got a new deal, man, $9 million a year, and he's extended out for 10 more years.
It's remarkable. I don't really know. Like, most of the time when you see a contract extension, there's a reason behind it. Like,
I read you the numbers yesterday.
Coach has but Coach has a really good season. Major job comes open. I mean, the perfect
it's
example.
a leverage play.
Perfect example, Gus Malzahn in Auburn. Coach Malzahn hit it perfect. He beats Georgia and Alabama in the same year, and the Arkansas job is open.
Okay.
Was he ever going to take the Arkansas job? I have no idea if Gus Malzahn. But you know what? Jimmy Sexton convinced Auburn he was, and Auburn decided, do we want to get on the coaching carousel, or do we want to have a guy that at least we know what we've got? Is it always perfect? No, it's not always perfect, but we know what we got.
I'm convinced Jimbo Fisher wouldn't take another job.
But that's the whole point.
That's
There's
not
no
true.
job open.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the one that they are beating him to the punch.
Don't say LSU.
It is the LSU job. It is the LSU job. The guy was the coordinator for Nick Saban down there when they won a national championship. He is beloved by the LSU people. And if Ed Orgeron falls on his face this year and that job opens up, they don't want that to be in play at all.
Well, why do it now?
Yeah.
Why not do it
Why would it
then?
still not be in play? If LSU really wants him, give him $10 million a year.
He
He would
got
not
$9
take the
million.
LSU job. I am 100% convinced because Texas A&M is a job where you can make $9 million and do absolutely nothing. What has he done? He's done absolutely nothing.
As I said last year on the show, highest AP finish since the 1930s.
Okay.
First major bowl win since 1987. Texas A&M hasn't done a lot over the years. Jimbo Fisher just had one of their best years ever.
Can I
That's why
compare
he got the deal.
him to four coaches real quick, and I'll give you the numbers. Jimbo Fisher through 3 years is 26-10. He is 5-8 against top 25 teams. 5-8 against top 25s.
That's
and the
pretty
dude
bad.
is making $9 million per year. Gus, through his first 3 years, 27-13. By the way, played for a national championship. Had one top 10 finish. Jimbo Fisher, one top 10 finish in 3 years. PJ Fleck, 23-15, one top 10 finish. Jimbo Fisher, one top 10 finish. Clay Helton, 26-13, almost identical numbers, but 2 top 10 finishes. Guys on the hot seat right now. And Ed Orgeron blew him away 34-7 with 2 top 10 finishes. Guy does not deserve $9 million. You're insane.
Listen, if we were in a court of law, you have got a very important rebuttal here because that was a great case.
One-time national champion already.
Not
right?
at Texas A&M.
No, at Florida State.
Okay.
So you feel like he can recruit. Recruiting is better, and they are expecting this year to back up what he did last
bags of
year.
money, anybody can recruit.
Yeah, well, that's where we are now.
But be
Name,
honest
image,
about
and
this.
likeness, you can pay bags of
That's
money.
true. Be honest about this. Let's assume at the end of the year, every single job in America, for some reason, came. The rapture came, and it took all the college football coaches except Jimbo.
He wouldn't take another job.
That's what I was going to ask.
If I can go 26-10 and I can be the second highest paid coach in college football without all this other pressure from these other jobs, why would I take another job?
Give me
A
the
lot
ones
of pressure at Texas A&M, man. A lot of pressure. A lot of boosters.
26-10, he got $9 million. I don't know how much pressure is
because he is building it better and better each year, and they're expecting to go to a different level this year.
But realistically, give me the jobs he would take from Texas A&M. Just start.
Well, I
listing
mean, I
them.
think it's very few. I think that's the compliment of Texas A&M. Their facilities are so good. Their new stadium is great. The fan base is huge. They have all the money in the world. The
like
recruiting
Alabama
is easy.
Alabama just gives Nick Saban raises because Nick Saban's the GOAT.
Oh,
I mean, Alabama right now. Now there was a time where they might not have known this. They thought they might lose him to Texas, and he made a leverage play. But Alabama right now knows Nick Saban is not going anywhere. His next move is to Lake Burton.
Okay,
He's
but
retiring.
if it is Lake Burton and that job came open next year and they offered it to Jimbo, Jimbo would not take that job.
I don't think so either.
Well, it's a hard one to say no to, but I think I agree
That
because there's
is
far less
the
pressure
elite
at A&M.
job right now in college
It is.
football, and he would not take
But
it.
there's far less pressure at A&M.
But you see, by eliminating Nick Saban, I am able now to be maybe the bell cow in the West. Why would I leave what I built at Texas A&M
I
to
get
go
that.
do the pressure that is in Tuscaloosa following the greatest of all time?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't take that job either if I
No,
was him.
my point is coming off, again, to me, it was almost that 9-1 season last year. It was still 9-1. I get it. They were knocking on the door of a 14 playoff, but it just didn't feel like they had a championship team.
Jimbo would never leave A&M for LSU. Too much oil money at A&M.
I agree.
I think the facilities will always be better at A&M, or at least equal to LSU, so why leave? It'll be interesting to watch Jimbo for the official deal, $9 million annually. It's, again, a 10-year deal. It runs through 2030. It's a $90 million contract. And, he was in the fourth year of that 10-year, $75 million deal. He is 26-10. And Nick Saban's the only guy that makes more money than Jimbo Fisher.
The bell cow, Rockstar. The bell cow was the lead cow in the herd.
That's right.
Had a bell on.
That's right. You put a bell around his neck. You know why? So the herd's easily identified. All you got to do is listen for the bell, and
You follow.
That's the front of the herd.
If Nick Saban was to retire after this season, I mean, how would you stack the programs moving forward? I would not put Texas A&M number one.
Okay, do that on the other side and a lot more. You can be part of the conversation today, as always, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. We'll take phone calls later on in the show. We'll talk to Wimp in the next segment. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right will give you a loan. Even if you don't make Jimbo Fisher money, they will work with you and find a place for you to live and give you that easy security in the back pocket as you look for that new home.
Hey, if you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They're eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's football season, and it's time to win. Lance'sLock.com is a great investment. Lance Taylor gives you a free lock every day on the next round. And if you subscribe to Lance'sLock.com, you get every lock, every league, every day. All this for only $90 per month. No complicated packages or deals. $90 per month. That's just $3 a day. And now through the end of August, use promo code NEXTROUND at checkout and get $15 off. Subscribe now at Lance'sLock.com, promo code NEXTROUND.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art printer canvas today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
watching a little bit of Alabama-Florida from the SEC championship game on replay, and I just said, what a throw from Mac Jones. And what did you say, Brown?
What a catch from Devontae Smith. Give him the Heisman.
How many times did y'all do that last year? What a throw.
I mean, it is a great throw and a great catch.
Right between two defenders. Great route.
It's a pro throw and a pro catch.
Yeah, a couple of first-rounders there. Yeah. Jalen Hurts named the starter yesterday by the Eagles, so you will get 3 Alabama quarterbacks that were together on that 2018 quarterback room. Starting in the NFL. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1, the number 866-WAYNES-1. Listen, they're the exclusive provider for all 5 of us here on the show on the next round for our lawn care, our pest treatment, our termite bond, everything right here with our friends at Wayne's. No matter where you're watching us or listening to us, whether it's Tuscaloosa, Auburn, Nashville, or Knoxville, wherever you enjoy SEC football, Wayne's can be part of your family. Use this TNR code is what I call it. It's the discount code at checkout. TNR. That's the initials for the next round. $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. It's our friends at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Great people, locally owned since 1973.
All right, let's bring in the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He's 1-0 in his blue plate. He'll close out his time with us by trying to go 2-0 with a full slate of action in his blue plate this weekend. Hello, Coach. How are you?
Doing good. Appreciate Kleinberg having me on, and David Upton's a big buddy of mine. I appreciate that. We'll talk a little bit about them at the end of the show, but we appreciate that. Instead of you guys talking about T-shirts and shirts you're going to wear, you need to get that hat off of Brownie. You don't wear hats indoors. I wonder that Brownie's dad hadn't told him don't wear hats indoors.
Boy, that is outdated, Wimp.
I mean, I know that used to
nothing like that's outdated.
No, that's outdated.
I know that used to be the way it was done, but I think it's a little more socially acceptable now to wear a hat indoors, Coach.
Okay, well, I guess LT thinks it's okay, so that means it's okay.
I had the discussion with my little guy the other day. I mean, look, I told him it used to be taboo that you just didn't wear hats indoors. It was a discussion about kids wearing hats in school, which they still can't do it, and I told him the reason why.
They can't on hat day when you bring $1 and it goes to the PTO.
But I think doing a show like we do in this studio, I think it's completely acceptable.
We're pretty laid back. We're pretty laid back.
It's your show. It's your show.
Hey, Wimp, if anybody needs a hat, it should be me, right? Bald head, ugly face, man, absolutely.
A couple of them. They come down over years. I think I want to mention before whatever that Patrick Cantley put on the greatest putting exhibition. Listen to me now, of putts that counted, that made a difference that I've ever seen in the history of golf. He made 6 or 7 of them that were almost impossible to make all those putts, and to do what he did was, to me, probably the most exciting thing I've seen in a long time on television, sports-wise. I thought it was absolutely terrific.
Can you imagine if that would have been a major, Coach?
It's just unbelievable. So based on all of that, of course, I never got my stakes from the other show.
That's correct.
But would you be interested in making a little wager on this weekend? If you would, I will take 5 players and give you 25
in the Tour Championship.
Yeah. I would take 5 players and give you 25, Lance.
I'm willing to take that.
Okay. Now you know this is handicapped, right? That it starts.
Yeah, but you're 2 shots back, 4 shots back, 6 shots back,
correct,
right?
Yes.
The worst, the 25.
Well, you're not going to take the 5 favorites, are you?
I don't know. Let's see. Wimp, do you want to name your 5?
If the bet goes, I haven't said what I was going to do, but my question is: am I going to be able to take 5 players and you have 25?
Yeah. We don't get to choose our 25 first, though. I'm getting a feeling here.
No, I get to choose the 5 first.
Okay. I would do that, since we lost all of our stakes in copyrights.
Yeah, that was.
They went down a black hole.
Sorry about that. There was just certain things we couldn't bring over from the last job.
That's quite all right. But is that acceptable?
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay, I'll take the first 5.
Okay. You want to call them out now?
Well, he's taking the top 5.
Oh, sure.
He's got the 5 leaders.
10 under. If he now is 8 under. You see I'm both 7. I'm 6. and Cameron Smith is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I stops at Cameron Smith.
Okay. Coach has got a halftime score on us.
So he really does in this case.
Who's the best one we got?
That'd be number 6, I guess.
You got no chance. You got no chance in this.
The best we got is starting the tournament.
4. You got 4.
He's starting the tournament 6 shots back. That's our best player.
You got JT, but that's just one person.
JT.
Just go take I'm taking Cantley, Finau, DeChambeau, Realm, and thank you very much.
I don't know why we did this bet.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't like any of the ones he has.
Well, this will be a bone that we're throwing you.
Let me go real slow. There's no way for you to win. No way.
Speaking of,
I'll even double it if you want to.
Speaking of no ways to win, okay? UAB and Jack State tonight. UAB's defending Conference USA champs, and this is one of those games where if UAB plays their A game tonight and wins this game by 21, 24, 28 points, can they gain any respect anywhere, or are people around the country going to say, oh, they beat a good FCS program, but an FCS program? And more than likely the outcome is people watch on ESPN tonight and say, man, look at UAB battling a really good FCS program in a great football game. Because this could be a no-win situation for UAB tonight. What do you think of this opener between UAB and Jack
State? Well, it's certainly
State?
better to win and win handily than it is to lose. That's for sure, because that would really hurt you. And I don't know that the win is going to make you big. I'm a big Bill Clark fan because, of course, his dad, Reagan Clark, worked for us at Alabama when I was there. And actually was we won't say manager, but he was, he kind of ran things for us. So I would say that it's important for them to win. It's not going to move the needle a whole lot for them, but they've got they've got a good football team, I think, and Jacksonville has been certainly much improved. So they've gotten better lately. So I would say UAB. I don't know what the line is. I think 16, 14, something. But I think they need to probably win it by 3 or 4 touchdowns. I would assume. But of course, the excitement. I think the telltale of all of it, Jim, is that maybe how they draw in the new stadium. Will people come out and really support them? I have heard a lot of people talk about should UAB play their games on Wednesday night. That regardless of what you think, it's always a problem with the Alabama-Auburn stuff. And it'd be interesting to see now that they got this new facility if people are going to really go out.
Are you talking about maybe playing their games not on Saturdays throughout the year? No. I'd be against that.
Okay.
I'm okay with opening on Wednesday because you get national television for that. I mean, It's main ESPN tonight. The world will be watching this, but I don't think you sacrifice your traditions of Saturday football just to try to avoid Alabama and Auburn, in my opinion.
There's some people that think the other way. I don't know that I do either, but I do think that they have an idea that it would just certainly draw a lot of people through them. I don't think they play Tulane to somebody, so I don't know that, but I think it might help.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us each week, courtesy of Craneworks and Rentalworks. Rentalworks, that division of Craneworks, has all the equipment you need for any DIY projects. Like Coach said last week, chainsaws. I got chainsaws, skid steers, pressure washers, excavators. You can rent it all right there at Rentalworks. Give them a call or visit craneworks.com for more info.
So, Coach, Jimbo Fisher signed originally a 10-year, $75 million deal with Texas A&M. The expectation for some, national championship or bust. Now he gets an extension, more than $9 million per year. He will be the second highest paid coach behind only Nick Saban. He's 26-10. He's 5-8 against top 25 teams. He's got one top 10 finish. I don't know. I think he's a good coach. I think A&M's overpaying. How do you feel about this?
Well, probably are. I think maybe OT they might be afraid in the back of their minds, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the LSU job might come open sometime. And he might try to scatter for that because he was there with Coach Saban. So they might have that in the back of their mind. They got plenty of money. Has he deserved that thus far? No, he hasn't. I agree with you. But he is supposedly has got things on the move. I don't know that he has or hadn't, but does or doesn't. But I think it'll be interesting to see. But they might have that in the back of their mind. I'm not sure.
You like Alabama, the line is, where's the line now for Alabama?
I think it's 18 and a half.
18 and a half, 19. Is that too much? It may be your blue plate.
I think my only thought is, and I know nothing, but just a little bit that I saw it. I wonder if Bryce Young always throws a catchable ball. A catchable ball by Mac Jones was unbelievable. Short passes, mid passes, long passes that were all catchable. I'm wondering a little bit if this young man always throws a catchable ball. And the other factor is when you're new at the wideouts and you're new at the running backs, so mostly, and you're new at the quarterback, the expectations are all based on last year, and we haven't seen what they've done. It's something we're guessing, or people are guessing that it's going to be like it was last year. It's not. It's going to be. I think it'll be a slow start, and then of course gain some on that. But instead of being it may not be the 49s to 3, it may be the 21s to 3, something like that. So that's the kind of way I want to see it before I really jump in there and feel like it's going to be just like it was last year. And the expectations, all you have to do with the defense is just make one mistake, let the guy throw a long pass for a touchdown, and the defense coordinator needs to be out of there. That's what they all say. So,
is this the best quarterback that Nick Saban has faced in an opener? I was reading Conor O'Gara at Saturday Down South, and he thinks D'Eriq King's the best quarterback that Nick Saban's played in an opening game since he's been in Tuscaloosa.
I think it is. Herbstreit is carrying on about him. So I would assume if they can block for him, if people don't get to him, the defense at Alabama is supposed to be so darn good that we'll just have to see. But I would say that's probably correct. This is a team with. I wanted to say early in the year, good name, bad team. I don't want to say that now. I'd probably say, good name, better than
okay
than
team.
I said.
Good name. Okay team.
Yeah. So I would say a little bit like that. So it'll be interesting to see. I will say, I know y'all got to go, but I will say that the Big 12 in these 2 or 3 years or 1 year or whatever it is behind the scenes looking for somebody to go with them besides BYU. And I think they'll get BYU, and I think they'd be smart to do so, and also to get another team. Now, who that another team will be, I don't think Lance particularly likes, or maybe Ryan, I'm not sure which one, likes Cincinnati much to go in that group. Y'all probably don't even like that anyway. But I just hate to see them leave 8 teams in the state of Texas and Oklahoma out by themselves with nowhere to go. And I've thought from the very beginning that's what they would do, and I have a feeling that's what they're trying to do behind the scenes a little bit. I don't know what y'all's feelings on that is.
Probably so. Yeah, I think they're probably looking behind the scenes. I think they want Texas teams. I think they want like Houston and SMU, but they also need good teams. And those programs, maybe they're better in the Big 12.
They don't draw.
Yeah, they don't. But they're good TV markets.
Yeah, Houston just doesn't draw. And there's been some talk about South Florida and Central Florida because of the markets, and I think we mentioned that last year. Maybe I did last time, but I don't know if those markets. I just don't know if that fits very well. So these guys going to American. I don't know what conference they're going to, but it'll be interesting to see these 8 teams. And I don't think the Pac-12 has already said they're not going to take anybody. Big Ten thinks they're too good to take anybody. And where West Virginia is going to go would probably be to the ACC.
All right, Coach is presented by Crane Works and Rental Works, your number one source for crane and equipment rental. He tells you more about them in a moment. But first, Rockstar, hit it.
Blue Blade Special, sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
All right, Coach has started 1-0 with an easy Fresno State win. I mean, you didn't even have to watch after the first quarter on that one. That was easy.
Yeah, that was a good win there. I don't know. I looked at Ohio State. I didn't take them. I looked at them hard, and I kept thinking the line to go up, and it never did go up over 14, and that's not my blue plate. But I looked at that really hard and fumbled and fiddled around with it, and I didn't know exactly. Looked at the Cincinnati situation wasn't bad because they got a new coach at Miami of Ohio. You're not going to like this because they're not very good defensively. I took Ole Miss and gave it 7.5.
Hotty toddy, gosh, man. By the way, LT always tries to guess your pick.
Hey, Forrester, can you give me a close-up?
Right there at the very top.
I don't know if you can read it.
No, probably not. But it does say Ole Miss. I can read it.
Yeah.
Lance knew you were going Ole Miss.
Oh, he did?
He did. He had it written down already before you even said it.
Is that good or bad, Lance?
Lance?
I don't know. I mean, they're a lot better than Louisville. As you said, though, their defense could give up 40 points. Who knows?
Well,
I just know you like to play power.
Yeah, they've been a little bit disorganized. Some problems they've had at Louisville. I think the excitement of the offense that when Nick Saban says that, and I think that Lane Kiffin helped lose a game when he was at Alabama personally, but when Coach Saban says that, Lane Kiffin taught him a lot about what to do offensively was very interesting to me, and so I just think they're good. They've indicated their defense is better. Just try to help their defensive people feel better about themselves. So it could be my first loss, but that's what I took.
It could be a win. The coach with Ole Miss minus 9.5 on the Monday nighter against Louisville.
7.5.
Lance, where you?
I'll give you an update right now to the minute. By the way, Miami and Alabama's up to 19.
Oh, it's climbing.
I had it at 8.5 last I looked at it.
Where are we going to play it? Somebody just tell me where.
We will play it. We will go official.
It opened at 7.5.
It's 10.5.
It's 10.5. I'll give you 9.5.
10.5.
Wow.
And what?
Really, I thought last time I just looked at it was 7.5.
10.5 total 75.5.
A lot of points right there.
Okay, what we're going to take it at?
I wrote it down at 9.5, so we'll give it to you there. Okay. Is that okay? All right, he's the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us every single Wednesday at 9:25, courtesy of the great people at Craneworks and Rental Works, Coach.
Well, Craneworks and David Upton and them do a great job. They got their equipment operators will help you in every way. Their Rental Works division is outstanding, from chainsaws to skid stirs, anything that you want. Chip Howard will handle it for you. 205-796-8590. Craneworks can do anything that you need done in any way possible. Appreciate you guys having me on, and heck, I didn't know it went to 10.5. I should have done a better job on that.
That's okay.
Yeah. By the way, 22 minutes. That was a 22-minute segment, man.
Yeah, and I thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. I've been watching you today, and it's really. And Brownie, you'll be real proud of me. I learned how to do it on my car.
Oh, good. So you can listen to the show now.
Yeah, I was confused as to how to do it.
Yeah.
And you kind of ripped me a couple of times.
I don't think I ever.
You saying that was pretty dumb.
I don't think I ever said that, Coach. You know I love you.
Oh, you indicated that.
Oh, well, you were just that's the way you read it. I didn't say that.
You just took a free meal from us.
Yeah. Tell Barry I said hi, Wimp. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, love you, Wimp.
Congratulations on your bet. I think you're in great shape.
I'm going to rub it in next week when we come back from nowhere to win that thing.
Hey, the top 5 from 10 under to 5 under.
I know.
And you guys, you take somebody below that's going to win.
No, I don't.
You need to take 2 aspirin and go to bed.
Yeah, 2 aspirin.
You should feel guilty. You took advantage of
stealing food off my table.
I thought Lance would stop you from doing that.
Oh,
well, we could not bring the steaks over.
That's right.
To the new venture, so we owe you a meal. So this is this is us giving you one.
I absolutely was shocked that you took that.
Yeah. Well, it's our kindness.
Some people are not as smart as you think they are.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Wimp, love you.
Skid stirs right back to you.
Back in the old booking days, I would have hated a client like Wimp because he'd be like, "Hey, it was 7.5 when it opened."
I know.
Well,
those things
the money
change.
has driven it up. It's 10.5 now. That's where the number is, and Brown gives him 9.5. It's 10.5. This thing will probably go off Monday night because there's not a lot of focus on that game yet. By the time we get to that isolated one game, it'll probably go off at 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to play Louisville.
A lot of people will be on Ole Miss because they are your sexy dark horse pick because of Matt Corral
and Lane Kiffin, the numbers they put up. That's a Monday night game. A lot to get to starting tonight with UAB and Jack State. 6:30 on ESPN, part of the show right here being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jim, having a properly aligned spine is massive. You notice Lance is standing up. It's because Dr. Lee Goldenberg told Lance to stand up.
I'm standing up too because Lance told me to stand up.
That's right. Lance told Jim.
And Dr. Lee, he's a fan of the show.
I know.
He said that he enjoys watching, and he said, I would recommend, based on the curvature that I've got right now, that you need to sit a little and stand a little.
There you go. That's what you get from Dr. Lee, because he knows that the health of your nervous system, that spine that he's talking about, controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So get it right now at Greystone Chiropractic. Dr. Lee Goldenberg and his amazing staff right there in Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119. Enjoy a healthier life today. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 205-981-8090.
Phone caller standing by. We'll get to that. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Your thoughts on UAB, the games happening this weekend, whatever else you want to talk about, and why me saying this is the best quarterback Nick Saban has faced in the opener is not that big of a stretch. It's next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The next round, approaching the top of the hour, Chris Lowe will be with us on the live show coming up to start hour number 2 from ESPN. Roman Harper starts hour 3. Todd Fuhrman starts hour 4. We'll get right to the phones. Doug is on a cell phone. He is next with us. Hey, Doug, welcome to the show. How are you, man?
Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Awesome. Thank you, Doug.
Good. Hey, Jim, this is Doug. I'm the Doug that emails you a little bit regarding baseball picks, but that's not what I want to talk about right now. But in any event, Lance, so you were talking about the UAB game tonight, and I know there are 3 sites that have that game up, and I don't know which ones that you normally use, but there's 3 sites that have that game up. Which are the Jazz, U-Wager, and 5 Dimes for anyone who wants to know. And the point spread is 16.5 on all of those sites. So
okay, well, I've used 5 Dimes in the past. It's been a while. But.
So it's up on 5 Dimes. Who do you like, Doug? Make a pick for us.
Well, I don't really. If I had to make a pick, and I normally like to wait a couple of weeks and let things settle down before I start doing my picks, but if I had to make a pick, I would have to lean UAB because I think they have a pretty good chance of covering this. I don't necessarily like the number, but I just lean toward UAB for a few reasons, and so if I had someone twisted my arm, I would have to pick them.
Yep. Well, I appreciate that, Doug, and thank you for the call and the information there for those that are looking for that. At 5 Dimes tonight. A lot coming up later on. Part of our show right now being brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens. And whatever you need Ship Happens can make it happen.
Yes, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101. That's 205-605-8101.
If a church uses them, is it a holy ship?
Oh, my.
Very good, Brown. Yeah, I think it is.
Todd Spitzer. I'm going to take one name out here. Todd Spitzer, Cullen Harper, Jordan Lasecchia, Spencer Keith, Denard Robinson, Logan Thomas, Clint Trickett, Joel Stave, Max Brown.
It is a bad group.
DeAndre Francois, Jawan Pass, Quentin Harris, and Sean Robinson. I took one name out.
Yeah, at the time they played them, Denard Robinson was the best, and I would go Tyrod Taylor second.
Tyrod Taylor's the name I took out. 2009, Virginia Tech, who was 9 of 20 for 91 yards in that game back in 2009.
That was Tyrod Taylor's number?
That was Tyrod Taylor for Virginia Tech. 9 of 20 for 91 yards. De'Aaron King's numbers will blow that out of the water.
Oh, no doubt. Max Brown started that game for SC, but Sam Darnold came off the bench?
No. Sam Darnold, played late in the second half. Sam Darnold didn't start until the 4th game of the season. It was a Friday night game at Utah where they lost
Max
on
Brown
the last
started,
second
right?
kick.
He was
Max Brown did start.
Okay.
And I think Clay Helton kicks himself because if they don't lose that Utah game And by then, I think Sam Darnold really would have been in a rhythm instead of getting his first start in Salt Lake City. They win that game. That year, USC would have gone to a 14 playoff. As bad as they looked against Alabama. Obviously started the wrong guy that night.
A number of Cowan Equipment poll questions out there for you. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. One of those includes upsets for this weekend. One of them is which Alabama team most disappointing to you that didn't win a national championship. 2018, 2016, 2010, part of the conversation. 3 of those that you can go vote on right now, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on-the-seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call them 1-800-239-COWAN. For more information, again, you can always go to cowan.com.
Not just UAB and Jack State in the conversation with Chris Lowe. We'll also talk to him about Jimbo Fisher's new contract. That led our show today. Both of those stories. We did not mention that BYU's Kalani Sitake also got a new deal, 38-26 at BYU. And his deal runs on out now for another 5 years. Good for Sitake and BYU. Good for all of us, because football is back tonight in the state of Alabama, the football capital of the South. UAB and Jack State go at 6:30 on ESPN.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the next round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from M First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. M First is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at M First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that is what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham, Birmingham's only mattress factory, where they make the mattress in Pelham and sell them 19 feet away in the showroom. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. See their work at RoyalBeddingInc.com. I sleep in a Royal Bedding mattress, and so does my mom and dad. Stop by and feel the difference on Highway 31 in Pelham, or go to RoyalBeddingInc.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Vask outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on. Let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit Cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to Cowan.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A remarkable 24-7 against Conference USA teams since the return for UAB football. Out of conference tonight against FCS top 10 program Jack State. That game 6:30 on ESPN. We'll talk to Chris Lowe about the rest of the weekend in a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Lanyas.
Here at the next round, we're excited to have Lanyas Furniture as a sponsor of the show. Our longtime viewers and listeners have known Lanyas Furniture as Alabama's home for lazy boy value, as well as the go-to source for other great brands such as Flex Steel, Universal, Tempur-Pedic, Bernhardt, and many others. It's a short drive to their huge showrooms in Warrior, and definitely worth the drive when you check out their great prices. And the fact that Lanyas Furniture keeps a gigantic inventory that allows for immediate delivery. If you've shopped for furniture during the last 18 months, you know it's very hard to find, but John Lanyas and his staff made the decision to place even larger orders to fill their warehouses during the beginning days of the pandemic, and they've never let up. The result? Lanyas Furniture has one of the largest in-stock inventories of Lazy Boy and many other products, and they can quickly deliver your new furniture anywhere in the state. Go see them today in Warrior, or if you like, shop 24/7 at LanyasFurnitureCompany.com. That's Lanyas Furniture in Warrior, Alabama. Your home for lazy boy value.
6 days of college football, says Joey. Who's ready for that? Brownie, we're all ready for 6 straight days of college football.
I can tell you, we know this next guy well enough to know he is too. He is Chris Lowe of ESPN. You can follow him on Twitter at CLoweESPN. He joins us now. Hello, Chris. How are you?
Hey, you guys. It's good to be with you.
Yeah, it's good to have you back on. Look, you're a member of the media that covers the SEC, but you're also human. You have human emotions. Does part of you were one of the ones that broke the news yesterday of the quarterback situation at South Carolina. Does part of you just feel sorry for Shane Beamer, that that's the way you got to start your coaching career at South Carolina, starting a graduate assistant?
It's not ideal. No coach would certainly want to be in that position, and it's. But I guess there's a couple different ways to look at it. And I give Shane credit. You know, he was able to sort of keep his humor yesterday during the press conference and actually dropped the Uncle Rico reference in talking about Zeb Nolan. So it's not like this guy's been walking up and down the hall talking about what he did 3 or 4 years ago. He played the game in May in the FCS quarterfinals for North Dakota State. So he's played as recently in a game as anybody. But no, you don't want to be in that position in the SEC that you have to take a guy off your staff as a GA and play him. It says a number of things. When Ryan Helinski transferred right after essentially Beamer got the job to Northwestern, it already left them thin. They tried to get a couple transfers in themselves. It just didn't work out. And the Doty kid injures his foot this preseason. And there just wasn't a lot left in the tank at quarterback when Beamer got the job. And talking to him and some people on that staff, there really wasn't any decision this preseason after they put Zebulon on the field. He was clearly their best option. Experience, could get him in and out of the huddle, new protections, didn't throw the ball to the other team. I don't think there was really much of a decision when they sort of surveyed what they had that he was their best guy and gave them the best chance in this game. Let's be honest, they should be able to win this game regardless of who's a quarterback. I think the bigger question is going forward, if Doty gets healthy, depending on how Nolan plays, what do they do against East Carolina in that second week and then ultimately Georgia in that third week?
Which loss would be more deflating in the SEC this week for these coaches? Would it be LSU going down to UCLA for Orgeron or Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss going down to Louisville?
I think Kiffin and Ole Miss, because I think, I spent a couple of days in Oxford this past week doing something on Matt Corral and Lane, and they're expecting a big year. And I think they will have a big year. The defense is going to be better. They've got a couple of new pieces. Of course, as Lane will tell you, it can't be much worse than it was a year ago. You got to love Lane's candor. But they really do expect to have a big year and be a factor in that West race. Now, I don't think anybody's predicted they're going to knock off Alabama. But when you look at, and the reason I answer Ole Miss to your question is when you look at Ole Miss's first, 5 or 6 games, I think they'll probably be favored in every game but Alabama. So they've got a chance to really get off to a good start and gain a lot of momentum. But if they were to lose to Louisville in this first game, then that really sort of paints a little bit different light on what happens going forward. So I think probably for Ole Miss, it wouldn't be a good loss, obviously, for Ed and LSU. But going all the way out across the country, you had to practice at a different venue this past week. That's going to be a tough assignment, I think, for the Tigers. But I do think the more damaging loss would be Ole Miss losing there to Louisville to open the season.
In your conversations with Lane, Chris, I'm wondering if the turnover problem with Matt Corral is something he feels comfortable with going into this year, that maybe if the defense plays better, there's less pressure on him, he doesn't have to force some things, maybe another year in the system. Did your conversation ever get to the mindset of Matt Corral?
Yeah, no, he talked about that. That's number one where he's got to get better, is taking care of the ball and not feeling like he's got to score every time they've got the football. And I think you hit it. Lane said that. He said, we were so bad on defense last year that I think he put too much pressure. This is Lane talking. That he put too much pressure on himself to squeeze some balls in windows, to make bigger plays, to maybe try to force plays that weren't there, and it got him in trouble. I think the other thing is that last year was his first year, as a starter. And new staff, new system, new coach. He and Lane are very tight. They got a great relationship. I think he will be much better in that area. He understands protections and just the scheme and what defenses are trying to do to him better. And he's super talented. He really is, and athletic, and can make things happen when the play breaks down. I think he has a big year. I tell you this, Kiffin feels like if he stays healthy and progresses the way he thinks he will from year 1 to year 2, he'll be a first-round pick.
Chris Lowe is with us from ESPN, at CLoweESPN on Twitter. Look, coming off a national championship, everybody assumed Jimbo Fisher, having won that championship, was going to get this big raise, Chris. So it wasn't surprising when we saw that. Why now? Why now, Chris? Why now make him a $9 million coach?
Well, you could say that about all these schools. Every year it seems like there's a coach or two before the season that gets just a massive raise. And, they were a game away from, one spot away from getting to the playoff. I guess to look at it from A&M's perspective, they want to reaffirm that he's their guy. They feel like they're heading in the right direction. By the way, if somebody else were to come after him, some big-name school, we're stepping up to the plate. We're in this for the long haul. Again, this is all from A&M's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They've recruited well. They're continuing to recruit well. Texas is getting ready to come into the SEC, and I predict sooner as opposed to later. So maybe that's a factor. Maybe sending a message to their rivals there in state that they're going to be in the same conference with in the next year or two. I think those are all reasons to do it. But fundamentally, I don't know. I mean, the guy was already making, and I got a lot of respect for Jimbo. He was already making $7.5 million a year, and it's not like he had played for a national championship at A&M. They won 9 games last year, and really, I think that was one of his better coaching jobs in a COVID year. To win that many games, to go into the bowl game and win, he and his staff did a really good job last year. In his 3rd year, now this is his 4th year. You're paying somebody that kind of cash, and he's already said that they're going to beat Nick's arse at some point while Nick is there.
He did,
like
yes.
my vernacular daily.
Yes, he did.
So if you're going to pay him $9+ million a year, you probably better do it sooner as opposed to later. I do think that's the game of the year in the SEC, Alabama at A&M. Just sort of where it's positioned. You got the little bit of the off-season banter. I love Nick's response in golf. You know, that's so classic Saban because his wit is much better than he's ever given credit for. But both those teams are going to be good. They're both going to be good on defense. I think this will be Nick's best defensive team in a long, long time. And playing in College Station, all the sort of storylines, you know, Jimbo getting the big raise. And this is a game where I'm not saying they should win, but it's certainly a game they should be right there with a chance to win. Because if he's going to beat Nick, he's going to beat Alabama, this might be their best chance in a while.
Chris, it's easy to forget but hard to believe 49 weeks ago, Tennessee was 2-0 and number 14 nationally. Now we've got Josh Heupel. We know they're going to start 1-0 when they play Bowling Green, but what is the expectation realistically for Tennessee in year one?
Year one, well, I would say bigger picture, it's to have the same coach 3 or 4 years from now. Tennessee's been a revolving door of coaches. You know, he's the 6th coach at Tennessee since Fulmer's ouster in 2008. 6. And, you know, there's no wonder Tennessee has been irrelevant for most of the last decade. I think, you know, to be fair to Josh Heupel, one of the reasons he was hired is because of what he's done offensively, the way his quarterbacks have played. Tennessee was so abysmal on offense the last few years that if you ask, I think, any Tennessee fan in the street, what do you really want to see this year? Well, they'd say we want to see better play at quarterback. We want to see an offense that more closely resembles an offense from this century. That plays fast and spreads the football around the field, gets the ball to different guys, and be a team in November, and not just offensively, but across the board, a team in November that's, you know, appreciably better team they put on the field in September. You know, I don't think Tennessee personnel-wise is in the top tier of the league. I think if you sort of lined up all the personnel in the league, Tennessee's probably 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere in that range. And, you know, they've had so many guys leave the program. A lot of their better, more talented players bolted after Pruitt was fired. But I do think when you look at the schedule, you know, it's pretty manageable. You know, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Tennessee could be a pretty average football team this year and have a chance to win 6, maybe even 7 games. But I think 6 is not out of the realm of possibility. The big game to me is that second week game against Pittsburgh when Pat Narduzzi was his Panthers to Knoxville.
You gave me a little almost Leonard loser there. Do you remember those days? I wanted to ask you, you love the history of college football. Where were you?
Listen.
Yes.
That was the best. I mean, as a kid growing up, you know, in the Carolinas and listen to Leonard, Vince Dooley's Canines. It was always
I'll break into those all the time, man.
Oh, yeah, highlight of my week. Because, you know, we're dating ourselves. We've been talking about Leonard losers. There's how many people are listening right now under the age of 40 you have no idea?
Very few. Yeah, very few. It's their loss.
And, but those were the highlights. That was a highlight of my childhood when you'd get him on the little transistor radio doing his Leonard's Losers circa 78, 79.
Do you remember, and I'll take you back because I know you love college football, we get Georgia Clemson this weekend. And I thought it was the coolest thing to see Kevin Butler line up on the logo back in 1984 and hit that 60-yard field goal to beat Clemson. I hope we get that good of a game this week. But were you watching when that happened? Do you remember that game?
You know, I remember the game vividly. I want to say, that was during the glory years of radio. And not many games were on TV. Was that game even on television?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, the Larry Munson call is legendary, but
Yes.
most of Larry's
Munson
calls
call
are, so I don't know if it's on TV or not.
I don't remember watching that game on television. I'm not even sure it was on TV, but I absolutely remember the call, the radio call. And I remember before and after he kicked it, they were lining up to kick it. Munson, and of course I can't do him justice, we're going to try to kick one about 100,000 miles, line up on the 50. And he kicks it, and Munson's only call is, "Oh my God, oh my God," just over and over again when he saw that he'd made the field goal. But no, I love that game. Yes. I love the fact that Georgia and Clemson are playing, and from those of us who grew up in the South and watched those teams back when they played every year, there were some classic games between them, and the fact that they're open this season. Here's my only beef with it, guys. I wish they were playing on one of the campuses.
Yeah,
I wish they were playing this year in Clemson and maybe next year in Athens or vice versa. That's where I think I understand the purpose of neutral site games. I understand the dollars and cents, the money, and getting to play in venues or locales where it helps you with recruiting. I get all that. But that's where we lose the essence of college football. We don't see a Clemson, Georgia played in Sanford Stadium or Death Valley.
All right, he is Chris Lowe. You can follow him on Twitter at CLowe ESPN. Read him at ESPN.com and see him on ESPN. Chris, thank you very much for the time.
You bet. It's always a pleasure, guys. Have a great day.
All right, take care. Chris Lowe with us on the next round presented by Bud Light. You just gave me an idea. I actually met Kevin Butler at a golf tournament. I was playing in, I think it was last year, and he's a super funny guy. I think we ought to get him on the show with Georgia and Clemson playing.
Well, let's do it.
You talk a little Georgia, but, I mean, just that kick is legendary.
Well, I mean, he's also a guy that played for maybe the greatest defense of all time, the 1985 Bears, won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. We'll get him. I'll text him and see if he can come on.
A good read at Saturday Down South today about Louis Grizzard. And again, for those that are younger, no clue who that is. Longtime writer and comedian, and Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Then he wrote books, and he was a stand-up comedian. And he was a diehard Bulldog fan, Georgia Bulldog fan, and hated Clemson, hated Auburn, hated Florida, but hated Clemson too. And he's credited with making the Esso Club famous by going there and then writing about it in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And in his stand-up comedy, they do a whole bunch of Clemson jabs from Grizzard at Saturday Down South today. And he said in one of his stand-up routines, he'd always start off, "A Clemson boy recently discovered a new use for sheep, wool." And they were like, it would take a long time for the audience. And he goes, "I'm going slow for you guys. I'll pause until you catch up."
Yes, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Part of our show being brought to you, weird transition, by our friends at Nut Dust today. Well, the Wildlings are out.
Yeah, look, go to officialnutdust.com, put in that promo code. It's NR20. You'll get 20% off your entire purchase at Nut Dust right now. Remember, Nut Dust, there's body powder, then there's Nut Dust. It's clean, it's all natural, it's 100% talc-free. It's for men and women. It's available in 2 sizes for great scents. We had Chris Brown on the show just last week. Make sure you go online right now. There it is. Thank you, Dunaway.
Good job, Jim.
The Wildling. That's the large size right there. Officialnutdust.com to order 2 different sizes, but put in NR20. Get 20% off your entire purchase today. Officialnutdust.com.
Our big.
Did that wind you?
Our big space up here. We had to,
I know, man.
had to run all the way across the hall to
Did you go
pick
to
that
the
up.
East Wing?
To the West Wing.
West Wing?
Yeah, where the president was sitting. Looking forward to this football weekend, and it gets going. 6-yard field goal. I don't know if it was on TV or not. I've seen the video clip. I'm sure it was on a coach's show or what. But we've all heard the call and missed the names of Larry Munson and those as we get ready to go another weekend. And it's Beano Cook. Would have been Beano Cook's birthday today as well. And I think you brought up Beano the other day on the show.
Well, yeah, because he made a horrible prediction. I hate to do that to old Beano, but that's what he did with Ron Paulus. The Georgia-Clemson game, like, I'm looking at it right now.
We always say Georgia has more rivals than anybody in college football.
So if you think that's fair.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you think about it, Georgia-Florida is their biggest rivalry. Georgia Tech's their in-state rivalry. Georgia-Tennessee is a divisional game. It's a big border war. when Georgia and Clemson play, it's a big game. I was looking back.
But how would you line it up? I would say Florida would be number one.
That's easy, number one.
I think Auburn is number 2.
All right, I left out the Deep South's oldest rivalry with Auburn. You're right, it's number 2.
I think Georgia Tech's still got to be 3.
Probably because it's in-state.
Then I would go Tennessee.
Tennessee.
And then Clemson. I mean, they haven't
If they
played since
them more
2014. Yeah.
But they're about to start playing them a lot.
Well, I was looking.
You're leaving out South Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina.
I mean, that's way down the list, but it is one.
It's one, but it's way down the list.
I mean,
it used to be a really good. It was always that second week of the season.
Back in when you were a kid, right?
Yeah. It was a really good game.
Yeah,
George Rogers, Herschel
Right.
Walker, those days.
Yeah, basically, Georgia and Clemson played every year from 67 to 87. They went 20 years playing every year, home and away. And, I mean, that is it's a heated rivalry for a lot of old school Georgia fans. There's some new school guys that they don't know much about it because of what Lance just said, but this used to be a very big rivalry.
Yeah, I love opening weekends because we've missed college football, but we get to learn so much about each other. But nobody learns more about each other than Georgia and Clemson this weekend. Absolutely, a big showdown happening on Saturday night. We look forward to that game. Kevin Butler, that 60-yard field goal, part of the tradition there. Can I throw out one thing that is confusing me on the betting lines this weekend, LT? Boise State and UCF. I think if I did my research right, that's the highest point total on the board this weekend at 68.5. I don't know that to be true.
No,
there's somebody
Ole Miss Louisville's
75.5.
Yeah.
75.5. Okay, well,
And
68.5 is up there though.
Oh, I'm just trying to look. It's up there.
Yeah, so 68.5. Do you think Gus Malzahn and Andy Avalos have 68.5 in them? I know it's two really good quarterbacks, but I don't know if they can get 68.5 to 70 or something like that in the over-under. I found I guess what I'm asking you, do you expect that game, which is a great Thursday night game, to be a wild shootout?
I mean, 38-35 is not a wild shootout. It puts it over.
Yeah, not in college football anymore. That's a great point.
It's a fun game, though.
I fully expect. I think Boise's offense. Andy Avalos is obviously a defensive guy taking over this program, and Boise State's even under Brian Harsin, their offenses weren't nearly as dynamic as they were under Chris Peterson. But with Bachmeier coming back for year 3, the offense will be better. I would assume they'll average around 35 points per game. I fully expect Central Florida to be in the 40s this year.
In the 40s. Yeah. And they were last week on game day, loving Gus at UCF, that they think this is going to be a perfect fit.
Well, Lance likes them in the 11-1 discussion.
Yeah, I went back when we did, again, the atypical fantasy draft that we do for teams to own the teams. I had them going 10-2 just based on where Vegas projects 9 wins.
Did you get them?
I didn't get them.
Oh. Did you want them?
I wanted them, yeah. It just did. I told you I got a bad draw.
Yeah, okay.
I was 7 of the 8 when it snaked back. It didn't work out.
I mean, for longtime followers of all of us, Lance drafting a Gus Malzahn coach team would have been significant, right?
Yeah. What I needed was the 1 or 2. I wanted to take Clemson and I could have gotten Clemson 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought when it snaked back, I was going to grab Washington and Central Florida on the backside. I ended up getting Washington, but I didn't get obviously Clemson or Central Florida.
All right, weekend starts tonight. I know it's a Wednesday, but UAB and Jack State, 6:30 on ESPN. We appreciate Chris Lowe being with us. Still to come, Roman Harper to start the 3rd hour, Todd Fuhrman from Vegas to start the 4th hour. The show being brought to you in part by our great friends at Mortgage Right, where you can get a loan anywhere you watch college football this weekend, and that mortgage is sitting there ready to roll for you.
It's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality. With branches across the country, Mortgage Right has all the resources, a nationwide organization, while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hempel Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hempel were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hempel Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hempel Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hempel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLive Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLive Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLive, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLive Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Interesting start to the season for the Iowa Hawkeyes. They're number 18. They play number 17 Indiana. Week 2, if you haven't peeked ahead yet, they get number 7 Iowa State in a rivalry game. They're comparing this to back in Kirk Ferentz's early days at Iowa when they opened with number 5 Nebraska and then rolled up against Iowa State. Iowa State not nearly as good back then, but they went 1-10 back when the schedule started off this tough opening series. This Big Ten, with the way they have done their schedule with these 3 monumental conference games to start the year.
I think it's a mistake. I mean, I'm happy as a consumer, yeah, because you mentioned Iowa, and to go, from playing Indiana, which I think we forget how dialed in Tom Allen actually has this program right now.
And they were talking to the chat room what a low number that is, 45
Yeah,
or
here's
something?
what Tripp said. The total in the Iowa-Indiana game really stands out, even for the thick ankle Big Ten. I like that description.
Hey, I used to date her.
The thick ankle Big Ten. 45 is a low total in college football.
No, 45 is an extremely low total in college football. It's about equivalent to a 36, 37 in the NFL. But Tyler Goodson running the football for Iowa, you look at the two defenses. I think people forget Indiana led the Big Ten in sacks last year. They led the Big Ten in interceptions last year. These are two really good defenses. I lean under right now. I think this thing probably plays like a 21-17 game.
Wow. That's a tough way to start for Iowa, but a lot of fun for us with the Big Ten, with those three monumental games to go with some really juicy SEC games, including Alabama and Miami, which will be 2:30 over with an open roof at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. More on the Crimson Tide a little bit later on. UAB opening up tonight against Jack State. With all the success they've had in Conference USA, they'll try to get off on a winning foot against an FCS powerhouse tonight down in Montgomery. That game on ESPN. And Brown Auburn, before we bring in Rockstar for his viewing menu, Auburn, am I right? That game is on stream only this weekend?
That is correct. You're going to get a lot of that in the SEC. I'm going to double check on this, but I think every conference team is going to do that at least once this year. This is part of that new Southeastern Conference ESPN deal, and it's a way ESPN knows eventually you'll get people over to their streaming service. Now, here's my understanding from ESPN. I checked with ESPN this morning, okay? If you have SEC Network, if you're an SEC Network customer,
okay, I am,
you can watch it on SEC Network Plus, just like any other game available on the streaming platform. So like the early season basketball games, the softball games, the baseball games. If you are able to get those on SEC Network Plus streaming, you're able to get this game without paying anything extra.
So that's that's a stream only, though. It's not the alt channel.
Correct.
Okay.
If you do not have SEC Network, you have to subscribe to ESPN Plus. So my understanding from ESPN is if you are an SEC Network customer already, you'll have this game streaming on SEC Network Plus, but you don't have to pay anything extra for it.
I hate to say this. I might have to watch this game the day after. I mean, can you pull it on stream the next day? I'm not, because
it'll be available on demand.
The only way, and you guys know I'm technically challenged.
I'm aware of that.
So the roommate will have to stream this. But when she streams it, it will only mirror to the big TV. I don't know how it would put it on a secondary TV. And I am not going to have Akron and Auburn on the big TV.
So you're saying, like, if she pulls it up on her iPad,
yep,
and she shares it, you can only share it on your main TV? Your other TVs aren't smart?
The only time we've done any of the streaming has been...
I bet it
that's too much for me. You gotta
well, I mean, like, how are you going to do it? Are you going to watch Auburn on the big screen?
No, I'll probably watch Auburn on my my laptop.
Well, I'm definitely not going to watch it on the big screen because it's head-to-head for a lot of the game with Clemson, Georgia, and that's the biggest game of the day.
That actually makes most sense. I'll put it on laptop.
Yeah,
I'll be fine.
I think that's probably what I'll do is just watch it on a laptop.
And I'll go back into the film room and break it down a couple of times.
Of course,
on Sunday.
I mean, when I get the all 22.
But I mean, Georgia Clemson. I think even Auburn fans probably will dial out for Georgia Clemson.
You got to watch Georgia Clemson, right?
Yeah,
Auburn on an alternate channel at that point. Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by our friends at Michelson today.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. I got the procedure done over 19 years ago. I've got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Visit them online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com. Or just call for the hassle-free consultation to see if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100. Michelson Laser Vision changed my life. They could possibly do the same for you. Again, michelsonlaservision.com.
Two interesting things tonight. 9 p.m. on Epix, one of my favorite Tom Hanks movies.
Man with Red Shoe.
That is a good movie.
Bridge of Spies.
I still have not seen Bridge of Spies.
Mine is Castaway.
Your favorite Tom Hanks movie, Rockstar, is Castaway.
Catch Me If You Can.
That's Road to Perdition.
Road to Perdition?
Oh, yeah. Well, that might be my favorite, too.
Didn't like the ending.
Such a good movie.
Oh, I thought the ending was great.
Did not like the ending.
Yeah. A good ending.
Yeah,
man.
roommate didn't like the ending.
No, it's
either.
not a good ending. I
It
mean,
is
I
a
can
good
say
ending.
it's a bad ending.
Okay, well, we can all disagree.
Well, we
though.
can, but I mean, don't tell me it's a good ending.
The
It's
kid got a new
ending.
dog, man.
Yep. New life, too.
And then Netflix, we got a new reality series premiering today. It's called How to Be a Cowboy. Now, Dale Brisby uses social media savvy and rodeo skills to keep cowboy traditions alive, and now he's teaching the world how to cowboy right. He says he is the next who? I am the next blank.
Sam Elliott.
Think reality show.
Oh.
Think trendy.
I am the next Kardashian.
Joe Exotic.
Oh, wow.
I am the next Joe Exotic.
Yeah,
So
that's
Wasn't
not
there a
really who I
movie?
strive to be.
No.
In the early 90s with Woody Harrelson and Kiefer Sutherland called The Cowboy Way.
Cowboy Way. Yeah.
Isn't this kind of what this is a little bit?
This is the reality version, Lance.
Oh. I did start, because you were talking about Maggie was watching Dr. Death. I've seen the first 3 episodes. I cannot believe that occurred this decade.
Oh, yeah. It's based on a true story. All of it's not exactly like it really happened,
It
but
blows
based on
me
a true
away.
story.
You know, I haven't Googled anything. I don't really remember this. I'm sure I glossed across it when it came across news outlets back in the day.
It makes you always want a second opinion.
But you're going to vet your surgeon. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, if you guys haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's good. It's got a great cast too.
What network
Alec
is
Baldwin's in it. Christian Slater's in it.
What streaming service? I'm guessing it's streaming.
It's
Kelsey
on
Grammer.
Peacock.
Peacock.
Yeah, Peacock. It's really
don't
good.
have
though.
Peacock.
Joey, I made my wife, I don't like maid, but he encouraged his wife to watch Bachelor Party. She couldn't believe how dirty Tom Hanks used to be, LOL.
That is kind of a filthy movie.
Wasn't there a goat involved?
Yeah.
There's a goat in one scene.
I've only been to one bachelor party that even like is on the realm of that movie.
Tom Hanks found a new use for sheep, wool.
Yeah.
Back to a couple
What
of
are they? They
segments.
had a donkey actually in the hotel room, right?
Carrie
Was
said,
it a horse?
watch Road to Perdition on Netflix last weekend. A good film for him.
Oh, so good. And one of Paul Newman's last films.
Yeah, and let's make Jude Law as ugly as possible and give him the worst fingernails.
Yeah.
I know Lance noticed that.
Oh my God. It's the first thing I noticed. And it's one of the first things I noticed about people is fingernails. But Jude Law, they had to tell him, you've got to go 6 months without cutting your fingernails.
Ooh. I can't do that. I don't like to hear him hit the.
I remember
stuff.
when we first started doing a show together, you guys were amazed that I have to cut my fingernails once a week. And you were like, you know, did you grow up on 3 Mile Island? Because they grow so fast. But they do, man. I mean, I have to cut my fingernails every
I don't
week.
know. I just cut them when they need cutting. I don't know how often I cut them.
Well, when I get a little too much white.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like to see a lot of
I
white.
don't
on them.
but I end up biting mine. I try to stop biting my
Ooh.
fingernails, but
Can't
now
get
it's
them
tough.
straight. No, it's tough.
You bite your toenails too?
I used to. I'm not as limber anymore. Not as limber anymore. All right. Dr. Death, Disturbing is the best horror film out there right now. AB from Huntsville says we appreciate you guys jumping in there. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at Standard for Insurance Agency, and then Brown was going to add something else to
I got
that.
an interesting point here, but you need to get a insurance checkup from Standard for Insurance Agency. You got to have insurance. Make sure you're getting the best for the best price. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months, so now's the time to get that insurance checkup from Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group. They've been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. They've got right products and right prices to earn your business. Call them today, 205-664-3200, standiferinsurancegroup.com. Again, that number for your insurance checkup, 664-3200.
What's your point?
Russ Dellinger is reporting Tulane expects to be in Birmingham for 4 to 6 weeks and are preparing to play their home games at Legion Field.
Oh, wow.
So the city of Birmingham is going to get some unexpected college football. Don't get too excited.
Yeah, give us a schedule.
It would be Oklahoma this week. That's going to be played in Norman.
If that game was in Birmingham
I was thinking about this.
on a Friday night, I would go. I wouldn't go on a Saturday.
Yeah, I don't think I'd go on a Saturday. I was wondering
On
what
Sunday
kind of
or Friday night, I probably would
But
go.
wouldn't you, if they were playing that game at Legion Field, would there not be a little bit of you that would want to go like the first round of the NCAA tournament and just cheer for an upset? Like the crowd would be more and more for Tulane as that game
You know what
went
you'd
on.
be doing? Wasting your time.
Yeah, I get that feeling.
Morgan would be the first one that they will play.
Okay.
It's going to be tough to sell people to go watch them play Morgan.
And that's on a
September 11th.
Saturday too?
That is on a Saturday at 6 p.m. Morgan State, not just Morgan State.
I will say less than 1,000 people in the
Will
stands.
not be many people there. Then they go to Ole Miss, so we don't get that one. Here's what's interesting is they technically host UAB on the 25th. So UAB could be in the weird
Back to Legion Field?
Playing a road game at Legion Field.
And UAB thought they would never play Legion Field again.
Well, but here's the thing.
Would they want to
That's what I
do
thought.
Protective Stadium?
But UAB has not yet opened Protective Stadium at that point. Don't forget, UAB's first game at Protective
is Liberty.
Right. Which is, October 5th or whatever that is? 2nd?
October 2nd.
So I think you would just keep it at Legion Field. So it will not be the last UAB game ever at Legion Field in all likelihood.
Well, that trivia question keeps changing. The last time UAB plays at Legion Field.
And if they stay the full 6 weeks, the October 7th game would be Houston. That's a Thursday night game, Lance. If they stay if they stay a full 6 weeks, isn't that a Thursday night, October 7th?
If you plug out some wires, let's go to that Tulane Houston game. Things we never thought we'd say on this show.
What week is that, Brown? Is it week 7?
No, it's a Thursday night, yeah.
Is it week 7?
I think week 6, if I'm not mistaken, unless there's a bye week in here. I'm not
It is
counting.
week 6.
I don't know if they'll stay that long, but they say 4 to 6 weeks. If they stay that long, we could get a Thursday night Tulane-Houston game down at Legion Field.
I'm more concerned about the UAB situation. I don't know. What would you guys do?
No, you got to play it at Legion.
You would play it at Legion.
Yeah, I can't. I've sold that I'm going to open my stadium on this date against Liberty. Fans have already bought tickets thinking I'm buying tickets to the first game at Protective Stadium.
It's going to be a sellout, maybe.
It's going to be a sellout. 100%
Yeah.
it's going to be a sellout. I don't think you change it. With all due respect to Tulane, and I hate what they're going through, I don't think you can change it.
I don't
just
think you
because
do
of that.
either.
And you certainly can't make Tulane the home team.
But boy, I bet
at your
UAB
new
players
stadium.
were like, thank God we are done with that dump.
Well, even worse. I mean, UAB will have to be in the visiting locker room, which is only worse than the home locker room.
You thought you had it bad.
Yes. They're going to be like, wow, we used to make people go to this locker room?
Yeah, no wonder we were so unbeaten here at Legion Field for so long on the return.
Brown, that's not even the best game that Thursday night, though.
Well, it's probably not, but I'm just
I
saying.
think Coastal Carolina at Arkansas State's a better game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you've never had a chance to go watch Tulane and Houston play at Legion Field.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to
it's
pass.
a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Never had that opportunity.
On a Thursday night in October as well.
We'll keep an eye on that. A good pull there by Brown. Forrester, can you give me Butch Jones, since you brought up Arkansas State? I was waiting for someone to say Arkansas State. Butch Jones was asked yesterday at his Arkansas State news conference about Mac Jones being named the starter with the New England Patriots. And he goes into the one of the great, you need to find you someone who loves you like Butch Jones loves and respects Mac Jones, right? The news conference and the comment was fantastic yesterday, and everyone just raving and loving on Mac Jones being named the starter. In fact, I saw Tannenbaum earlier, Mike Tannenbaum, saying he loves and respects the patience that Bill Belichick had to not draft him, to not jump and just be patient and wait for Mac to fall into his lap in the draft. And Tannenbaum says, I respect his patience to do that.
Well, look, it worked out. The patience did, but imagine if San Francisco would have taken him.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, that's because, I heard today, and it was Teddy Bruschi talking this morning, that this is just a quarterback that fits for Josh McDaniels. Cam Newton just wasn't a fit. This is he's never going to be Tom Brady. He's just not. Nobody else is going to win 7 Super Bowl rings, but, he might win a Super Bowl ring. But this is a version that at least resembles Tom Brady.
And that's why a lot of people are voting the 2018 Alabama team in our poll question as the most disappointing to not win a national championship, because you now have 3 starting quarterbacks for this upcoming weekend that were in that quarterback room.
Yeah. I mean, that is amazing. I was actually talking to my dad on the way to work. I had 2 phone calls on the way to work today. A friend asked me about the UAB Jack State line and my dad. And my dad was pointing out the fact that in his lifetime, it used to be a big deal when an Alabama quarterback was on TV on Sunday.
Right.
Like Ken Stabler, Joe Namath, maybe some Richard Todd, right?
Yep.
Those are the guys.
By the way, Chris Stewart Wright yesterday.
Yeah,
it was
of course
Richard
he
Todd,
was.
Kenny Stabler, 1983 Monday Night Football. It was Stabler with the Saints.
A Monday Night Football game even,
And Todd had to bring the Jets back to win it 31-28.
But as my dad was pointing out, there will be 3 starting this coming Sunday, not this coming Sunday, the first Sunday of the
September
NFL season.
12th, yeah, it's
It used to
crazy.
be a big deal when 1 was on. And now you got 3 that will start in the same Sunday. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I remember in this state when we were talking about Brody Croyle's about to make an NFL start.
That's right.
That was a big deal.
Or when McElroy got his start, it was a big deal. Yeah.
And you're going to have 2 in the same game, 2 going head to head, which I think's only happened that one other time. It is pretty crazy. And the Patriots also cut Hoyer. So they've cut Cam and Hoyer. It's down to Stidham, who I think is injured right now.
Yeah, see, I thought Stidham was out of the picture completely.
I don't know what his deal is, but the only quarterback they have currently active is Mac Jones. So they're either going to, I guess, try to see if Hoyer and Cam clear waivers and do another deal with them, or they're going to go find another backup quarterback for Mac Jones. Right now, Mac Jones is the guy.
Well,
He's
the
only guy they
more
got.
you hear, Cam Newton's not interested in backing up anywhere.
It doesn't sound that way, no.
Yeah. Dallas is looking out for him, but we'll see. All right, it is 43 after the hour. Top of the hour, we got Roman Harper. Here's a little bit of what Butch said yesterday about Mac Jones.
Really, really, really proud of that young man. And I think it's a great illustration to everyone in the country. Here's a young man who I believe didn't play for 3 years, and he could have easily transferred. He could have easily left, and had a sour disposition, and he is the most unselfish individual I've ever seen, and as hard of a worker and diligent as I've ever been around. There are more success stories of individuals who stay with it and have the resolve and the resiliency to continue to work than individuals who leave programs looking for the next easy course of action, the path of least resistance. And Mac Jones is a great illustration of that. So to answer your question, I love him.
I love him. And I love that, too. I like that guy more and more now that he's not the coach at Tennessee.
Now, look, and this might be a good fit. He's got a really good quarterback. They've got 17 returning starters in Jonesboro. They were only 4-7 last year, but Lane Hatcher is one of these Group 5 quarterbacks nobody really talks about that is really good. So, this is a team that could win 7 or 8 games, throw some upsets in there. They play on that Thursday night I mentioned against Grayson McCall and Coastal Carolina. That game's in Jonesboro. And by the way, my Rams play on that Thursday night against Seahawks.
All right.
So
No way you're going to that game. All right. Roman Harper at the top of the hour to get you ready for the SEC. Rockstar wants to tell you about his good friend right now who will get him and you hooked up to a little new place to live, right?
Buying home is the largest financial decision you will make, so you make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. That's my boy, Adam Mestre. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want to buy like Adam to bond you a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589. That's 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
All right. A lot more of the next round when we roll on right here with Double Down Media.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes, like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work. or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Next round approaching the top of the hour, by the way. Mac Jones's jerseys sell out yesterday from the Patriots gift store there at Gillette Stadium and all around Boston. Sell out for Mac Jones jerseys. Gotta have those.
I saw somebody, it was a couple of Saturdays ago, on a motorcycle on 280 next to me with a custom Cam Newton New England jersey. He spent a lot for that 1 year.
Boy, he did, didn't he?
I do wish you could buy insurance on that and get those back. They used to have those. For a while, insurance on your jerseys. A little more NFL. I got a question to ask Brownie and LT about the Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa in a second. Let me tell you about my friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic. If you take a second right now to ask yourself these questions, if you had problems sleeping lately, is your energy down, your workouts not what they used to be, maybe your libido is different, your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, though, the folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic, the professionals there, can find the solution for you. You can go in, get a medical consultation, and blood work done. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Free if you start your treatments that day. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. You know, another side effect of low testosterone can be depression. And most men wait over a year or 2 years before they even get their T checked, their testosterone checked. You know, the goal line is to get to better sleep, have more energy, and rekindle that love life. You can score right now with my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic, 205-598-7000 or alabamamensclinic.com. Do you feel like Tua Tagovailoa is having problems winning the locker room in Miami? Because Brian Flores actually in his team meeting had made a point to say that Tua was their quarterback. It was a big story on ESPN.com last night.
I don't really think that's got anything to do with winning the locker room. I think it's more about Brian Flores had been asked after the Cincinnati game. He kind of danced around it, had gotten a little bit, not criticism, but you even asked the question, did he answer it the right way? I think he knew that story had been out there enough that he needed to show support for his starting quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. And it's abundantly clear now, especially since the trade deadline passed yesterday, or whatever that deadline was, the roster deadline, that the Houston right now is not going to deal Deshaun Watson.
They did put him on the 53-man
He's
roster.
on the 53,
though.
yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
see.
I think they're hoping for the best. But I'm going back to the conversation yesterday. If you're the Miami Dolphins, if you're any of the other 31 teams, you can't take a risk with a guy right now like Deshaun Watson. But back to Tua, I thought Tua had a good camp. You finally have a weapon for Tua and Jalen Waddle that you went out and got. This is finally his year to play, hopefully, all 17 games.
No, me too. I got a stake on it.
He was your future. So, I think if you're Brian Flores, you got to let him go out there and play.
We'll do upset alert later on for college football this week. But if you had Urban Meyer getting in more trouble with the NFLPA as an upset over him getting in less trouble with the NCAA when he was in college, this guy, another misstep. His comments about cut day, where he indicated that, he made it sound like vaccination status was part of the reason some players got cut, and the NFLPA are upset about this.
Yeah, and I understand the NFLPA being upset about this, but I think if you had truth serum to the other 31 coaches and general managers, they probably would say the same thing off record, because the NFL protocol when it comes to COVID, if you've got equal players, one's vaccinated, one's not.
That's it.
I mean, look, I understand it. You just can't come out in today's society and you can't say it.
Because there's a lot of speculation that Cam Newton, that was the issue. That Bill Belichick looked at both and said, yes, pretty close race. Cam Newton's not vaccinated. He's already had to miss camp because of it. Now Bill Belichick has not said that. In fact, he's kind of said something almost the opposite today. But I mean, it is a true advantage. There's no doubt.
Yeah, so something to keep an eye on to see if Urban Meyer gets into even more trouble. Roman Harper standing by in our virtual green room. You guys over here. Ross says broken hip and basically no fall camp or preseason. I don't understand Tua being questioned myself. We appreciate Ross jumping in there and all of you guys in the chats today. Roman Harper. Boy, I don't think there are a few people that break down college football better than Roman Harper. We talked to him about the week ahead in the SEC next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The Next Round presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. And as always, hour number 3 brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken, the website. You guys keep asking, wanted to see that menu. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com. Those southern staples like chicken on a stick, both fried and grilled, by the way. Mississippi Delta homemade tamales, which are fantastic, best I've ever tasted. Po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. It'll have you planning your next visit, trust me. And we appreciate all you sending us pictures on social media when you go by. Champy's, world famous chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, on your way to the big game or on your way home from the big game. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, great family owned right there, and they bring you this hour. Roman Harper in just a second. Tonight is UAB and Jack State kicking off college football here in our state. Young Bull at Next Round Live on Twitter. Jack State 16.5 and under the 51.5 is his leans tonight. He likes Jack State. He likes the under.
I would agree with Young Bull.
Young Bull and LT.
You don't like Jack State to win.
No, I don't like Jack State to win.
But
But again, I think, coming off a 10-3 spring, their defense, we talk about UAB's defense. Jacksonville State had a legit defense that gave up less than 15 points per game in the regular season, and they've got a really experienced quarterback that can give UAB problems with his legs, and Zarek Cooper.
Cooper can play, former Clemson guy, as you said. I was reading Alex Scarborough this morning. It's been 122 days between games for Jack State. That may be the shortest layoff in college football history.
That's right. I mean, they basically are, it's like a bowl trip almost for them.
It's very close.
Roman Harper joins us now to talk a little SEC football from the SEC Network, many years in the NFL, and just a guy who I think breaks down the game better than anybody else on television right now. Roman, first, welcome back to the show. We appreciated you hanging with us at SEC Media Days. Georgia-Clemson is the big game of the weekend. Everybody's talking about this. and it seems like everybody is leaning Clemson on the national scale here. What does Georgia, you think, have to do right to win this football game against Clemson?
They got to take advantage of the opportunities offensively. First of all, thanks for the introduction. I appreciate the compliment about how I break down football better than everybody, too. Thank you about that. I want to let everybody know I'm listening to what you're saying. But I think so the opportunities are going to come with both quarterbacks in the passing game, downfield throwing the ball, taking their shots. We saw Clemson really show their weakness or show their hand or lack of ability of covering the deep ball when their blitzes and when their what they call, I guess, organized chaos defensively does not hit home. And if I say hitting home, that means getting the quarterback on the ground or flushing him out, right? So I think JT Daniels has the arm and the ability. He's got Jermaine Burton on the outside. Kierix Jackson's another guy who can stretch the field, not as much as Burton. But Georgia's got athletes. That's not going to be the issue. I'm looking for, if I'm Georgia offensive coordinator, I'm taking advantage of it. 2nd and 8, 1st and 15, 3rd and 7+. I'm taking a shot downfield. I'm not just trying to convert a first down. I'm taking my shots in because that is where it's acceptable. Clemson is susceptible to the deep ball is on those situations, and I'm taking my chances because I saw what Ohio State did to them. They went downfield, and I'm quick. I'm going hurry up. I'm trying to see if all the things that worked last year they've actually fixed those problems because we haven't seen them play since that game.
Harp, A&M will not be challenged for almost a month when they take on Arkansas. I look at Kellen Mond, the career he had there. I thought he was a B quarterback. I thought he was good. I didn't think he was great. I don't know how you felt about Kellen Mond, but if I told you Haynes King is better than Mond, how good can Texas A&M be?
I'd say it would still depend on the offensive line and how they gel. I think Haynes King is going to be just fine because Jimbo Fisher is going to find a way to take care of his quarterback. He understood what Kellen Mond was, which was consistent. Not great, not bad, but very much so consistent. So learning how to play within Kellen Mond's strengths and weaknesses, that's what Jimbo Fisher figured out. I think he will do the same with Haynes King at quarterback, knowing that he doesn't have the game experience, but he will figure out a way to be successful offensively because that's who Jimbo is. Now, the reason why Texas A&M was so good last year was because their defense, which everybody comes back. I think 9 out of 11 starters come back this year from the same defense. They're going to be really good. Also, the offensive line, Isaiah Spiller, really running the ball effectively. That is what really separated, for me, was a big separator for Texas A&M was the ability to be able to run the ball steadily and also playing great defense. Those two things travel on the road or at home. So if you can run the ball and play really good defense, you're going to give yourself a chance. And Kellen Mond didn't turn the ball over. They had a signature win early in the year against Florida, and that really just propelled them the rest of the way to kind of finish off the season the way they did.
Roman Harper is with us on the next round at Harp41 on Twitter, at Harp_41 on Instagram. If you want to follow him on the gram, you can do it right there.
Yeah, I'm active on the gram.
I know.
Hey, I love the suit this past weekend at that wedding.
I appreciate that, dog. Thank you.
Harp always looks good, though. I mean, he's never in a bad suit.
Yeah, we're going to show a picture of that, Harp, because I forgot what shoes you had to go with it. But, I mean, everything was on point.
Hey, man, it's just some little low-key Jordans I got. No numbers, newer style, but, definitely fresh. Not everybody's seen them. They're a hot little ticket I got off my sneakers app. So
I don't know how many suits you've got, but you've got suits that you can't get away with wearing more than once a quarter.
Right. So I do have some of those. Like I wore it once, and I'm like, dude, I can't even wear this anymore. It's a one and done. It's a one and done type deal. I wore a yellow one last year in the national championship game.
Oh, I remember.
And I'm like, oh, see, you remember it, but it's a one and done.
That's right. Lance remembers it.
No, and you had some good Jordans with that too.
Yeah, here it is. We got it up for everyone watching us. We got the suit up right now from Harp's Instagram.
Man, that's just a good look.
I like that fit. I like the fit, man.
Hey, and so you're in front of the Saint Hotel. I've stayed there a few times.
We did.
Yeah, man. Yes. I stayed at the Ritz-Carlton. Well, I didn't stay there. I stayed in my condo, but the wedding was at the Ritz-Carlton right next door to it. And I remember when that place first opened up in like 2010 or 11. Not shortly after we won the Super Bowl, that hotel kind of popped up.
Yeah, I remember us doing a New Year's Eve party.
We did.
Alabama,
yeah.
Ohio
It's a cool
State.
boutique hotel, though.
Yeah. Harp, all right, back to the football. For your money, better play caller, Jimbo Fisher. And look, stats will tell me one thing, but you're a defensive guy. You play defense. Jimbo Fisher or Lane Kiffin, better play caller?
Lane Kiffin. I think Jimbo Fisher is a better quarterbacks coach.
Okay.
I think that's like his specialty. But when it comes to play calling, man, Lane is the best one in college football. And it's clear cut. It's not even close to me.
Better than Sarkisian?
Clear cut in college football, period?
Yes, clear cut.
Okay.
The timing, the ability. Look, Sarkisian was not known as this great play caller until he got Alabama's players. Like, he was good at USC. He was okay at Washington. But he looked really good when he had Alabama and all those first-rounders. That makes everybody look better. So I'm not all the way on it. I think Lane Kiffin has it, clearly, because Lane Kiffin's been a great play caller forever. He's never been doubted on. He's always lived off of that, and he's always been successful offensively. And it's also about the timing in which he calls his plays, the ability to be able to switch things up. And he's always had a great offense everywhere he's been. I can't always, I'll look at the stats again, but I don't get that same feel of what I got with Sarkisian. Sorry.
Roman Harper with us on the next round as we talk about this opening weekend of the SEC. I'm having to pause for a second, Roman, because I spend, I think it's been about 100 days, well, not even that long, however many days since the last time you were on, and I do all these things that I say between your appearances, and you come down on and knock them down like a house of cards, because I was so pro Sarkisian. You just knock them down like a house of cards. That's why I love having you on the show.
I appreciate it. But I just go off of what I know and what I believe and what I truly see.
Tennessee goes Joe Milton at quarterback, and that staff brought Joe Milton in. The other staff brought in Hendon Hooker, so not really surprised. But that guy had some moments at Michigan. What do you like about Milton as the quarterback at Tennessee with Josh Heupel calling plays?
Well, I like Josh Heupel's going to make the quarterback-friendly offense. He really harps on that. If you listen to his words, he continuously speaks on that over and over and over again. I think Milton has a good arm. He's a big quarterback. He's not like this overly mobile guy. He's a pocket passer. He's going to sit back there and deliver the football and kind of spread it out. I think Tennessee has better athletes on the outside than Michigan. And if you can protect the quarterback and give him a chance, you're going to be good. Tennessee has players. They have just struggled to put a decent quarterback on the field that can throw the ball consistently to their players and get it to their athletes enough. I just watched the New Orleans Saints last Monday or the Monday before just look great. And, you got Alabama. You got Alvin Kamara. He's a Tennessee alum. All right, started out at Alabama, but he's a Tennessee alum. Then you got Marquez Callaway, who's an undrafted Tennessee receiver. You're like, come on. It's not talent. They're not lacking talent. They got to be able to put these things together. I think Josh Heupel will put together a really good offense competitively, but they lost so many guys through the transfer portal. You just don't know who actually is going to suit up for them besides Milton. You just don't know. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Tennessee will do. I expect them to win big time over this past weekend, this weekend on Thursday night, tomorrow night. But it's yet to be determined how great their season will truly be.
Harp, this is going to excite you. In a little over 75 hours and 15 minutes, we get Alabama-Miami. Now, people are saying because of the experience of De'Aaron King and how dynamic he is, Miami can keep this game close. I've seen Manny Diaz in big games before. I saw it last year against North Carolina. I saw it against Clemson. Those games weren't even close. We've seen Alabama, these neutral site games. Those games are never close. Why do you think Miami-Alabama can be close this year?
It's just the inexperience at quarterback. What happens when Bryce Young gets hit? How does he respond? How does he and Bill O'Brien get together on the same side when it comes to play calling? Do they not turn the football over? Those are the things that keeps this game a lot closer than what the experts say. If not, you really just look at the numbers, and that is Alabama's running game, their zone scheme where all elephants are going all in the same direction, pushing guys around. Miami's biggest D lineman is their nose guard at like 302. All right, Alabama's got a tight end somewhere on the roster probably weighs that much. So you look at that, and then you got all their other DNs are like 245. Their other D tackles 285. They got a middle linebacker 228, 225. Their other linebackers are below that 215, 210, 210. Sorry, that's just not big enough to kind of really withstand Alabama's run game over for 4 quarters. That means Miami's going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to blitz. They're going to have to find ways to create penetration up front to kind of disrupt their running game. And they know what that means. That means they're going to have to leave their cornerbacks one-on-one on the outside with these wide receivers. So that's the matchup that you're going to really look forward to. And I just don't think Miami has enough, I don't think they just have enough weight and body mass to be able to hold up versus this run game for 4 quarters and still be able to slow them down offensively. And they have to score. You have to score to put pressure back on Alabama. Do not allow Alabama just to dictate the tempo and everything in which the game is played.
All right, he is Roman Harper. You can follow him on Twitter at Harp41, on Instagram, Harp_41. See him on the SEC Network and ESPN. Roman, thank you for the time.
Hey, man, appreciate you guys, man, as always. I'll catch you guys soon.
All right, buddy, take care. That is Roman Harper with us on the Next Round, presented by Bud Light.
19, minus 19 as I look at scores and odds, Alabama, Miami.
Sounds like Harp's saying that front for Miami going to get pushed around a little bit. That's what he was saying there.
Look, their only hope is for Cameron Harris to have success running the football. Nick Saban was asked about run defense in the press conference on Monday, and he said, look, I have no idea. Don't know how good this run defense is going to be until we actually see it. But if Cameron Harris can have some success opening things up, Charleston Rambo is a guy that we saw him at Oklahoma, big play receiver. Will Malloy is a really good tight end. And then obviously De'Aaron King, the things he can do to throw defenses off balance. I watched Miami in these big moments last year. You guys saw it against Clemson, and then we saw North Carolina just run the ball completely down their throat.
What was their rush yardage in that game? Do you remember? It was a record, wasn't it?
It was 538 yards.
For Alabama, though, this is where Henry To'oTo'o's experience comes in. He will be getting everyone lined up. If you're in your run gaps and you're lined up correctly, then you may be able to slow down Miami's running attack. The question becomes De'Aaron King's ability, if he's 100% healthy, to create, to run around, to freelance plays. And be a problem like that. Can they keep it close? I sort of feel like Miami can play within the 19, but not a lot.
I sort of do too. 19, we're talking about 3 touchdowns, and we are talking about a close to top 10 team in Miami with 20 returning starters. And again, a quarterback that's played for 6 years. And not only that, not only is he experienced, he's really good.
I'm sorry, Lance, but this point spread has got to have some history baked into it, right?
It does. I think it's a combination of, the lasting impression of Alabama, to go 12 games against the opponents they did and to win every one of those games by double digits.
Yes. But Alabama's lines are always inflated, right?
But by the history, I mean what Alabama normally does in these neutral site season opening games.
Yes.
They normally kick people's teeth in.
Yeah, and I'll be able to give you guys the exacts on Friday of what that average score is on these neutral site games. The only way Miami is going to stay in this game is Bryce Young, sight unseen, throwing the football. If he's just not accurate, if he turns the football over, if the moment just happens to be too big for Bryce Young, I don't believe that's going to happen. I do, again, talking about Alabama's offense from 48 points per game last year, it's going to take steps backwards.
So if I wanted a stake taking Miami in 19 points, would you give it to me?
I thought we already had a stake. You're getting 17 and a half.
That's right.
Yeah.
Then never mind. Then never mind.
He's catching 17 and a half. Let me get another one for 19. I'll have that one medium rare.
Have we ever done 2 stakes on one game?
At 2 different lines.
Yeah. All right. I'll go check the ones.
I'm almost positive we have one.
I need to find out the games.
And I kind of like Miami right now. But
do you really?
Yeah. But since you like Miami so much, I kind of like Bama. Oh. You flipped me. Just your total confidence.
Slapping me around here. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday.
That would be trivia there, Lance.
Looking forward to it every single Wednesday night. Me and Rocky and Will Haver take the stage about 8 o'clock. If you've never been before, you need to come out and join us. We see new people each and every week. Get there a little early. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for almost 25 years now. Award-winning wings, the burgers. Of course, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get the ice-cold buckets of Bud Light. You're going to absolutely love Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution. But come see us tonight. It's Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. Me, Will Haver, and Rocky.
Miami plus 17.5 is what I have for this weekend.
Well, you wanted them at 19. Do you feel good at 17.5?
I feel better.
You forgot that bet like you forgot the Ole Miss bet.
I write them down, LT.
Okay.
I write them down. We got a handful for this weekend that could be settled.
Ooh, do we?
Yeah, a couple
Tell
of them.
me.
A couple of them.
That one, obviously.
I'll have to find the others. I mean, if Alabama loses this weekend, I have no wiggle room at that point for another one we have here. I'll find out which ones that we are in this weekend. I've got Miami 10-plus wins in the regular season. 10 or more. So they need this. They need
this would help a lot.
So you've contradicted yourself. You've got Miami 10+ wins, but you've got Alabama not losing 2 games.
I have. That's we make a lot of bets here.
You've put yourself in a box.
Or you've talked me into a box.
I try to do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do, my friend. Yes, you do. The next round continues with Trash with LT when we come back right here. And still to come, not that Wimp, Chris Lowe, and Roman Harper with enough, but Todd Fuhrman from Vegas to start off the final hour at 12 noon right here on the one and only TNR.
Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face-to-face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Only one actual game that we have a stake on is Alabama-Miami this weekend.
Okay. Well, what else could possibly happen? I think could a coach get fired
after 1 week? No.
I mean, I don't know what other stakes could we have in the mix.
Well, I mean, there's things in play, like Miami needing to win 10 games. I was not counting Alabama as a win for them, though, when I made that bet. I was expecting them to lose just 2 games to the obvious games on their schedule, Alabama being one of those, and winning the rest of them.
Yeah, because they don't play Clemson this year, do they?
I don't think so. Yeah. So I have them beating North Carolina and just dropping one along the way to someone else.
They play at North Carolina. I mean, they're going to be favored in every game outside of that.
So I had them losing to Alabama and then dropping one somewhere else along the way and winning the rest of them. So it's going to be a good year for Miami if De'Aaron King stays healthy. If he doesn't, who knows at that point. Trash with LT in this segment, and then we'll get to the top of the hour and talk more college football. UAB and Jack State going tonight. Other news involving UAB in a roundabout way that Brown passed along earlier. Explain that to this audience, Brown, about what is going on with Tulane.
Well, Tulane is unfortunately displaced by Hurricane Ida. The Saints are as well. They're going to play at least their first game in Jacksonville.
The Saints.
The Saints are playing their first game in Jacksonville. Tulane is, according to Ross Dellinger, going to stay in Birmingham for 4 to 6 weeks, which brings up the UAB game, which is on the 25th of September, technically a Tulane home game. So if they're playing their games at Legion Field, which is what Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated has reported, then UAB could actually be in the odd position of playing yet another game at Legion Field when they thought they were done there and being the road team in that game.
Wow.
It's going to be weird, but I mean,
but we all agree we do not want to. We don't want UAB to prematurely open the
Protective Stadium. I mean, it's been advertised as the first game is the Liberty game. You've sold tickets that way, and you would not be the home team. I don't think you want to open it when you're even just being in the white jerseys. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. On top of all that, there as Riley pointed out on Twitter, it's frequent with these new stadiums that they're still running through the punch list a week before the game.
Yeah, so they're still building that out.
Yeah.
Tonight, fun game for UAB. Troy in the chat over there likes UAB by 13 tonight. Would not cover the point spread there. And Harry pointing out in a Royal Betting State bet that he thinks I'm going to hold on and win my National League West bet against your National League East bet. So hoping to put that one in the column as a Royal Betting Stake bet win as well for my friends at Royal Betting Inc. on Highway 31. As the West and the East try to close each other down. I may win another one if Smoke Monday grabs a couple interceptions.
Yeah.
He'll need 3 this weekend.
Yeah. That'd be a big game.
That would make him the SEC Defensive Player of the Week, you think?
In all likelihood.
Smoke Monday picks off 3 zip passes. I guess it'd be less than a zip of a pass at that point, right? Trash Now with LT, brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right. He'll tell you about that after Rockstar hits the big button.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, Joel, are we having Hurtling joining us?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
They make me cringe, man.
Hey, I'm ready to submit that stake, by the way, the East and West. I was about a month ago. I mean, I had no idea San Francisco was going to be that good. I thought the Braves would be much better than they are record-wise. But, I mean, obviously with what has happened this season, you can understand it. And I thought the Mets would be better than they were.
So you say I can go ahead and put that in the win column?
How much are you up now? 6?
That would put me up 6.
Yeah. I mean, I think mathematically that thing's almost over. I don't think it's possible. Like if the East won out and the West lost out, maybe I would have a shot. but I'm willing to give that to you.
I'm not sure I can accept it without the lights going off. I mean, is it even a stake bet if the lights
There are
don't go
no
off?
actual lights.
By the way, Neyland Stadium showing off their LED lights. Everybody's going to have
I
them.
better wear them out this weekend. Yeah, it's going to be a long season.
Tell us about Mortgage
We'll
Right.
have to change the bulbs. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no place like home, and nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right with locations nationwide. They are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals has the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR and start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first in Tampa, Florida, city that I don't really like.
You don't like Tampa?
Okay, I don't think I've. Trying to think of it. Maybe it was a little kid, but I don't think I've been to Tampa in a while.
I spent how many days were we there? For Alabama, Clemson, 7 a week.
I wasn't.
6,
I got
5?
snowed in. Remember?
That's right. It was one of the snow
Yeah,
trips.
I used to enjoy going in the heart of the Ybor City days.
Oh, great place.
This is back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, Ybor City was a lot of fun.
Was that where we had lunch with Steve Susie from ATEX?
Absolutely. We did not have sushi with Steve Susie.
No.
Yeah. I would.
That was in Ybor City,
If
though,
you're
right?
in Tampa, though, right now, you can take a tour of the Lombardi Trophy, the Stanley Cup, and the American League Championship Trophy. And right now, pretty good-looking Tampa Bay Rays baseball team, too. There's a chance all 3 of the championships could be right there right now.
Florida woman deleted thousands of company records and wrote profanities in her employer's computer system after she was fired from her position as head of human resources.
Oh, those human resource people, they are tightly wound.
Yeah.
They seem like they're the ones
They
that
like to cut loose.
tend to
don't
blow
Ricky?
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They seem like they're the ones that are going to break every rule your company has.
Now, Meg Kalanji was found guilty of 1 count of intentionally causing damage to a protected computer, 1 count of accessing a protected computer, and recklessly causing damage, according to prosecutors. Kalanji, 41, worked in St. Petersburg for a Manhattan-based company, which was not named. She was fired for failing to meet the minimum requirements for the job she was hired for. In one instance, she downgraded an employee's access to a computer system after an argument. Very vindictive there. After she was fired, but before she was escorted from the building, 2 employees saw her repeatedly hit the delete key on her computer. Kalanji later logged into the computer system and for 2 days, quote, rampaged the system, deleting 17,000 job applications and resumes and leaving profane messages written in the system.
Wow.
17,000 job applications is rough. That's a lot
You
of
know
people.
what? If she'd have worked that hard before
Yeah.
she got fired, she'd
Bingo.
never been fired.
Get out of job, right?
Hey, don't break up with her.
Oh, you think that could go bad?
Now, when a naked man was spotted Sunday running through Lowe's Home Improvement, witnesses called police. Kelvin Cooper III was arrested Sunday and charged with indecent exposure. When officers arrived, they reported finding the man standing outside of a flower display wearing only a towel to cover himself. Now, he told officers he thought he was being followed by people who were threatening to kill him.
Nope, just people trying to put clothes on you.
The man told police that he was hiding behind a post when he heard his pants begin to, quote, beep, and thought someone had planted a bomb in his clothes. So he decided to remove all of his clothing. Now, when employees saw the naked man, they gave him a towel to cover himself. Police asked the man to dress, but he said he would not because he was afraid his clothes would explode, according to the report. Officers had to take him to the hospital for medical clearance before he was booked into county jail.
What's that in your pants? Is that a bomb?
I don't have pants. I'm in the wood section though. Yeah.
Deborah and Doug Simmons have garnered international attention after a social media post of an invoice they created for a no-show wedding guest went viral, prompting both praise and criticism.
Not praise. I saw this.
Now,
I got to hear the story. I haven't-
Newlyweds were recently married at the Royalton Negril Resort and Spa, and they paid for each seat beforehand. While 109 people were invited, only 101 showed up. But after repeated RSVPs, those 8 guests didn't tell the Simmons they weren't attending.
Okay.
The couple had already paid the resort roughly $120 per person for the unused seats.
No, wait. Did the people RSVP or did they not answer at all? Did they say they were coming? I misunderstood.
They haven't made it clear enough, but I think they're saying that you RSVP'd, you didn't show up, you owe us now.
Yeah, I didn't. The way I misunderstood. Then I agree.
Well, it
If
says,
they
but
say-
after repeated RSVPs,
Okay, yes, if
which,
they did RSVP, then I owe you the money.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
You do.
100%. I agree with that. I took it as Like, I don't know about you guys. I get wedding invitations all the time.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with this.
And I don't
I
answer.
do.
I don't answer. I don't send back. So if I don't ever RSVP, I just
assume I'm not
just
coming.
assume I'm not coming.
Well,
I didn't
yeah,
RSVP.
So you're saying I said I'm coming to your wedding, which
No,
you pay for.
I misunderstood that, and I said yes. I am. If I RSVP'd yes, then I do owe you the money.
No,
yes.
that's what I'm saying. So you're saying I said I'm coming to your wedding, which you normally pay for.
Right.
I, for whatever reason, didn't come. So now you want me to pay you? No.
Yeah, because you paid extra because I said I was coming. It's a destination
But
wedding.
that's just the way those deals work. You just gotta
I don't
eat
think
that.
so. That's why you have RSVPs. No, you don't eat that.
Oh, yeah, you do. That is so cheap.
But
You
it's
know how
not cheap.
Yeah, it's 100% cheap.
But I had a chance to opt out. I wasn't going to come.
This is
what about a flat tire?
This is a destination wedding too.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, what if it's like a week before the wedding? Like, hey, look, we had this and this. Like, I'm giving you a heads up.
But I think you got to give them a heads up. Yeah.
Okay. But they've already paid the money, though.
I misunderstood. Like, they mailed me an invitation and took my no answer at all as I owed them money.
Yeah, the RSVP is
I
important.
I would just invite everybody.
Again,
I
would let
people at my wedding.
a wedding invitation sit on my desk
sure.
and never answer.
My wife handles that.
This is $960 that they said were coming.
Yeah. If I did tell you I was coming, I do feel like I owe you that money. Yes.
Anyway, those 8 people said.
Anyway.
They went on to say, if those 8 people said, Doug, Deidre, we can't make it, we would totally understand. Would have been no problem. So they decided to take a picture of this invoice, created it. The invoice titled "No Call, No Guest," No Show Guest explains in part because you didn't call or give us proper notice that you wouldn't be in attendance. This amount is what you owe for us paying for your seats in advance. Now, I wouldn't go to this link.
Once they posted it, not a dime.
Yeah,
they wouldn't get a dime.
Well, that's also. I don't think they collected. I think it was a passive aggressive thing to put on for those people to see.
So you're saying,
you know who didn't show up to that wedding? I bet. So are you going to pay them that money because you weren't there?
So Dunaway, you're saying you pay them until they publicly shame.
Once they posted that, not a dime.
I'm with you on that.
I'm calling Amex and canceling the payment.
This is more tacky than the people, much more tacky than the people that RSVP'd and didn't show up to the destination wedding. So a century ago, J. Ott and Company Undertaking was the only town morgue in Independence, Missouri. Next month, it's going to be a pop-up bar. Kansas City's Halloween pop-up bar.
Ooh, I don't know.
It's a Spookeasy.
Oh, my God. That's when I would just turn around.
It's pretty good, though. It's partnering with Three Trails Brewing to
they
open a
have
new location.
booze?
Oh,
I was about to do that one.
And the historic Independence Square.
Right.
Now, Edward Smoltz is the owner, says guests will be handed a lantern as they begin their descent to the underground bar.
Negative. Underground bar that was a morgue?
Yeah.
Not a chance.
It's going to have Halloween-themed cocktails.
Not a chance.
They're going to have
Bloody Marys.
The Nosferatu is a pitch black cocktail with activated charcoal and mezcal. Boy, that sounds tasty.
Nosferatu,
yeah. He was a good-looking fellow, wasn't he?
No, he had bad teeth. Very blue.
The Monster Squad is a shareable apple brandy drink served in a black cauldron with dry ice. Boy, wouldn't dry ice burn the lip?
It really would.
It's more of an aesthetic.
Yeah,
Would stick to it, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
This might be good. There's also the Upside Sewn Old Fashioned, which uses waffle-infused rum and maple syrup.
Nothing says Halloween to me like waffles and maple syrup.
I do like a good old-fashioned, though. And finally, our friends at Bud Light, they are launching a pumpkin spice spiked seltzer.
Finally getting what we want.
Yeah.
You asked for it, you shall receive.
Will that be in the kegerator?
No, it won't be in the kegerator. Don't be surprised if it's on the set.
Okay.
Brown will give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Now, from coffee to candy to macaroni and cheese, it's possible to think that pumpkin spice has peaked. Not so fast. Bud Light releasing its first ever hard seltzer featuring the fall flavor. Now, the alcoholic beverage includes a blend of pumpkin, cinnamon, nutmeg, and vanilla flavors. The company describes as, quote, literally the taste of fall. Now, the new drink, which will be available nationwide beginning September 6th, is part of a new fall-themed variety pack. Wow, how about this? 12-pack also has toasted marshmallow seltzer, maple pear, and apple crisp.
I don't hate it.
No, it's one of those, I think I could have one. I'm not a big seltzer guy to begin with.
Nor am I.
But I could have one. It just seems like it would be a lot having a bunch of those marshmallow ones.
That was a good shot right there.
That is Trash with LT, brought to you by
Our friends at Mortgage Right, life comes at you fast, but our friends at Mortgage Right, they're faster. Looking to refinance with a multitude of trusting professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back, whether you need a cash-out refinance to pay off your debt, make home repairs, or just looking for a lower interest rate. Mortgage Right has the right option for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Okay. Are we really going to keep counting the Nebraska sellout record?
Yeah, this is a bunch of bunk.
It really
Two
is.
boosters come in and buy up all those tickets, keeping the streak alive since 1962.
Now, I applaud the boosters that they're going to give these tickets to underprivileged kids. There's probably a lot of kids that are going to get to go to a Nebraska game that never would. God help them that this is the team they got to go see.
Yeah, but this record should not count
I
if you've
agree.
got 4,000 or 5,000 empty seats.
Here's what bugs me is they had a chance to make a stand and say, we're not accepting this coaching at Nebraska. But because of some silly record that they want to keep alive.
It is 376 straight.
It is. 1960-something.
Kerry says, hasn't those kids suffered enough? They got to go watch a Scott Frost coach team.
They'll get a good hot dog out of it. But, I mean, it's to me, if I'm the booster, I just donate the money to the kids' shelter or whatever and say, y'all go to a Nebraska game, hold this money in the bank, and buy tickets when Nebraska gets good again with the next coach.
You know what? If I'm a booster, I'm donating the money to his buyout.
That's $20 million.
And I'm looking for a new head coach.
But, in a way, when I first saw the story, I was like, they should have stood their ground and said, we're not going to buy tickets to watch this team. But when the story leaks out, it almost makes Scott Frost look just as bad.
It does, and it makes me wonder how many times since 1962 have they stepped in and done this.
Oh, there have been several times. I remember in the Mike Riley era, one time they had to do it to keep the streak alive.
You know, the scary thing about this, look, it is good that the kids are going to get this money. But if this thing was even close, I don't think this story comes out. I think Trev Alberts and the athletic department sit on it because it's such a bad look. I think what you're going to see is when we see any highlights, if we see any highlights from Nebraska, is you're going to just see patches of hundreds and hundreds of seats. So there was no way to say it was going to be a sellout without coming publicly out and saying it was a sellout.
You're right. That'll get you fired faster than anything.
Yeah, happened to Phil Fulmer in Knoxville and many others along the way. By the way, when you're searching sports streaks, ignore what has been proven now not to be true, according to both parties. Kevin Costner spending the night at Cal Ripken's house. They were apparently friends, and if you go search it on the internet, there was a rumor that was out there for a long, long time that almost cost Cal to miss a Baltimore Oriole game during his streak.
I don't even know what you're talking about. This is one of the weirdest things that Dunaway's ever brought
Kevin
up.
Costner and Cal had a spend the night party, and it almost cost Cal.
So were people saying that these two had something going?
No, Cal and Kevin Costner were really good friends.
Okay.
And Kevin was in the area and spent the night. And Cal went to the ballpark and left his wife at the time back at the house and left something at the house, whipped it around, and caught Kevin dancing with wolves, so to speak.
Oh, but that's not true.
No, both have denied it now. But it was a long time rumor that he got.
Well, I heard Kevin liked to dance with wolves.
Yeah, that he beat the you know what out of Kevin and called the Orioles. Said he was so mad, I'm not coming.
Oh, that's the rumor that he whipped Kevin Costner.
Yeah. Both of them have denied that incident.
I do have
happened.
a story like that is very similar that involves two major stars that is very, very true.
Yeah, this one is totally not true, according to both Cal Ripken and Kevin Costner.
And I wish I could get mine on the air.
Oh, you're not going to?
Oh, I can't.
Well, that was one heck of a tease.
I'll tell you guys in break.
Well, I know. Which, you know what that's going to get? That's going to get a text from my friend Bob Hooper in Nashville. Who's
we can't tell Bob.
No. I'll tell Bob because Bob's always like, anytime Lance does that, I'm always dying to know what he tells you guys in the break.
Yeah, well, there's reasons why he can't tell us. Part of this hour being brought to you by the great family-owned Champy's world-famous chicken right on 119 in Alabaster. Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's chicken. That chicken on a stick, those tamales, and that world-famous deep-fried southern chicken with just the right amount of spice to it. You'll be planning your next visit, but make that next visit tonight or tomorrow night or this weekend for the tailgate at the big game. You'll win your tailgate with my friends at Champy's Chicken. See everything online at champyschicken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Walk Every Day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis, big Tennessee fan, he's going to the game up in Neyland Stadium Thursday night, and then he'll be watching the Tide and the Tigers play on Saturday. LT's got a lock tonight. There's a chance for football tonight, but a bigger chance he'll play a baseball game for you tonight. Brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Just drain it.
Our lock was a loser yesterday with the Tigers, but we did go 1-1, so we did salvage the day. We've got a 3:10 first pitch today. The Astros taking on the Mariners. We are taking the Mariners plus 115. Mariners plus 115. You're a lock today.
That's a lock. We'll be flashing these lights a little bit more of a red color later on with our upset alert, but that lock right there brought to you by Jeremy Purvis and the fine folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, 205-516-4927, 516-4927, or ironmountainworld.com. They handle everything, all your plumbing needs, plumbing and jetter services right there at ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Who is the biggest overreaction game this weekend? Which game do you think will bring the biggest overreaction in college football? Doesn't take an upset. It could be just one team looking really good.
Right.
Biggest overreaction. Last week it was obvious it was UCLA, and I think you called that, Brown. Everyone really loved UCLA last week.
I think it could be that again this week. I think if UCLA beats LSU, you're going to have an overreaction on both sides. You're going to have the overreaction that, hey, we've seen it 2 straight weeks. UCLA is for real, man. I would say UCLA's back. I don't even know what they would be back to. I don't know what back is for UCLA. But I think the biggest overreaction if UCLA wins this game is going to be on the LSU side. That it is going to start the downfall of Ed Orgeron. That this is the first brick in the building, or maybe not even the first brick, another brick in the building you're building to fire Ed Orgeron.
What if LSU beats their eyes out? Like beats them,
I think you'll get an overreaction. Like, hey, last year that was an aberration. This LSU team is back. Maybe they're not 2019, but they're sure not 2020. They are much better than that.
Yeah, and I'll keep it in a very intriguing game. But I think Lafayette and Texas, for a couple of reasons, is if Texas wins this game going away, which Tom Luganville, ESPN earlier this week on the show said that he thinks Texas will win this game going away. People are going to be like, here we go. Sark, he's got this thing already dialed in. Watch out for this offense. On the other side, if Louisiana pulls off the win, by the way, a team that only lost one time last year to Coastal Carolina, they beat Iowa State by double digits. People are going to be like, watch out for Louisiana. They're going to run the table.
Yeah.
So I think that could be a big overreaction game.
Yeah, that's one thing to remember about that game is that Billy Napier's Louisiana team beat a pretty darn good Iowa State team to open up last year. So those guys that are back on that team, and most of them are, go into Austin not wide-eyed and for that game coming.
They think they're going to win that game.
Yeah, no, I do think, and I think I say this again, what I said yesterday. I think Billy Napier is probably telling his team, Texas is already starting talking. They're talking about playing 2 quarterbacks. They think this game's so easy, they're going to be able to work both those quarterbacks in. That's what they think of you. Do you think they would say they were going to play 2 quarterbacks if they're playing Oklahoma this week?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Casey Thompson was so good in the bowl game that you almost have to work him in. I can understand that. Surprise!
Yeah, but I'm saying the way Napier's
not starting.
I'm saying the way
I'm
Napier's
surprised he
gonna
wasn't the starter.
Yeah,
but the other guy won the job.
Right, but I'm saying the way Napier is going to sell it. That's what you're right. I'm not saying Sark's making a mistake here. I think I think Card and Thompson are probably about the same.
Yep.
It seemed like a tough decision for him, but if I'm Napier, that's the way I'm selling it to my team.
Listen, I personally think that everyone's going to really react one way or the other extremes to Alabama, whatever it is. If it's Alabama not looking as smooth as they could look, it'll be a lot of questions about Bryce Young. If they go out and blow out Miami, they'll be like, this team is going to cruise into the playoffs again. I don't think either one of them will exactly be right, but I think it's Oklahoma-Tulane. If Oklahoma beats Tulane the way you're hinting to me you think they will, I think a lot of people who are already on the Oklahoma finally wins a national championship bandwagon will come out of the woodworks and start screaming that at the top of their lungs. If they drill Tulane and Spencer Rattler picks up where he left off, I think a lot of people will overreact to Oklahoma.
I don't know when we really can figure out how good Oklahoma is. I mean, look, I think they're really good. I think they're going to be in the 14 playoff. I think they've got a great shot at winning a game this year.
And you're like me. You would not have them in the 14 playoff if they were in the SEC already.
I don't think they would be. Yeah. I mean, if they had to play an SEC West schedule, they probably wouldn't. But, I mean, I don't know when we're going to know they're good when you start to look at the schedule. I mean, you're going to do – they're going to beat Tulane, Western Carolina, Nebraska. West Virginia gets a little tricky. I can't wait to see this West Virginia squad in Neil Brown's third year with Letty Brown running the football. Daigie's not a bad quarterback, and that defense is going to be really good.
But it's a home game. That game's in Norman.
They're going to win that game. But I think the sigh of relief for Oklahoma fans coming against Kansas State, probably a 6-6 team this year, just getting past Kansas State finally.
That tells me you got focus because Kansas State is the team Oklahoma has lost to the last 2 years. And I mean, no telling what it's cost. I mean, it's hard to say it's cost them a national championship. I don't think it has, but
it's cost them a playoff appearance.
It's cost them at least one playoff appearance. And Lance, the very next week is the Red River game. So if ever there were a look-ahead game, it would be the week before the Red River. You're showing me you got focus. If you go to Manhattan, Kansas, notoriously can be a difficult place to play, and you take care of business. If Oklahoma does that, then I look at Oklahoma and I say, that team's at least got more focus than the last two.
Yeah, I think
teams.
Oklahoma's going to go 12-0.
That's my pick to win the national championship. We'll see if they, if everyone else starts to feel that way after they pound Tulane over the weekend.
Does it bother you that they're going to have to play Iowa State twice in 3 weeks? Iowa State, a team that beat them last year in Ames.
It doesn't.
No.
For some reason, I'm not buying into Iowa State as much.
I'm not either. I got suckered into that.
I feel like they're going to be
take a step back.
Yeah, too much hype to live up to it. Though they've got a couple of key cogs back.
Yeah, look, I think they're a really good team, but even a really good team, I think they're going to lose 2 or 3 games this year.
Yeah, I mean, rarely when Matt Campbell is in a game would you say he doesn't have a decided coaching advantage. I mean, Matt Campbell's a heck of a football coach. He doesn't against Lincoln Riley. I mean, the coaching is at least equal in that game.
I would say that's equal.
A couple of notes from around the SEC. Warren Erickson, the center for Georgia, good to go, according to Kirby Smart. They've liked his practice the last 2 weeks. They'll be in the white jersey, silver breeches for that game against Clemson, who will be in their traditional uniforms. Nothing odd in that. They'll be purple helmets, purple jerseys, white pants in that. Orange jerseys.
Yeah, I was about to say, that is odd, Jeff.
Orange jerseys, orange helmets, and white pants. No purple is what I was trying to say for Clemson in that contest. And Florida, oddly, is going to wear all white in their home game against Florida Atlantic this weekend.
Why so?
And it's not an afternoon game. They're just going to come out in their crisp all whites with the orange helmets.
So it's a weird choice.
It is. 6 o'clock at night. It's very LSU-esque to wear white at home. If it was the Alabama game, it would not bother me because they'd be playing at 2:30 and maybe the white's cooler than their blues. Yeah. But they're going to be all white for that. That was an announcement made yesterday. And a nice comparison by Lane Kiffin to Jerrion Ealy calls him Kenyon Drake-esque. Reminds me of Kenyon Drake.
I kind of agree with that. I think that's a pretty good comparison.
Yeah, Ealy is one of the playmakers that Ole Miss hopes to put on a showcase Monday night when they take on Louisville. We talked to Roman Harper. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com or go back and check that out on all of our social media platforms, including YouTube Live. When we come back, we get a chance to go out to Vegas and talk to our buddy Todd Fuhrman. Bet the Board Podcast, FS1. Fuhrman's up next. This is The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of, And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com. Make your man pay this football season with LancesLock.com. You get a free lock every day on the next round. And if you subscribe, you get all the locks from all the leagues every day. Some handicappers charge you hundreds of dollars per weekend. Not with LancesLock.com, only $90 per month, and you get it all with no complicated or expensive packages, all locks every day. And now through the end of August, use promo code NEXTROUND at checkout and get $15 off your first month subscription. Subscribe now at LancesLock.com, promo code NEXTROUND.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
If you're following the Miami media, folks, a lot of people talking about Will Mallory, tight end for Miami, how he could be a factor in the Miami-Alabama game happening this weekend. Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. We'll talk about some of the other playmakers with Todd Fuhrman in just a second.
Yeah, hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out the debris and eliminate gutter cleaning. Back with that lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in the Birmingham area. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off right now, the retail price for the next round viewers and listeners. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com or call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
7 All-Conference USA performers are part of the 11 super seniors that are back for UAB tonight as they start the season 6:30 ESPN against Jacksonville State. They are a 16.5-point favorite now, that game in Montgomery as they go tonight. Texas A&M finalizing the contract for Jimbo Fisher, now making it $9 million a year for the Texas A&M head coach. It's, again, a 10-year contract. He was in year 4 of the original 10-year deal that paid him $75 million. Now it is $90 million over 10 years, $9 million a year. Only Nick Saban's $10.6 million a year is bigger. BYU extends Kalani Sitake as well through 2025 there. In baseball last night, Corey Seager gets a game. The game was tied. He gives the Dodgers the lead in the 8th inning with a big RBI hit. 3-2 Dodgers over the Braves. Tonight, Colorado for Atlanta, 7:40. Tampa Bay wins last night. They've won 9 straight and opened up an 8-game lead over the New York Yankees. And that's your headlines, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
All right, let's head out to the desert. Our guy, Todd Fuhrman, former odds maker there with Caesars Palace, now does BetTheBoardPodcast.com, Fox Bet Live, CBS Sports, and on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He is with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light. Fuhrman, it is good to hear your voice again, man.
You know what? Congrats, gentlemen, on the new venture, new surroundings, but the same confidence-inducing voices, and I can only wait to rain on this Miami Dolphins parade that you guys anxiously anticipate about 10 days from the start of the season.
I mean, we weren't even going to talk NFL, but you're telling me you don't like my Dolphins? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not actually bearish on the Dolphins at all. I just figured I had to come off the top ropes, fire a shot, and reacquaint myself with everybody as we dive into football season that I know we've all anxiously been awaiting, especially the college football variety.
Well, let's start, I don't know, to start Thursday night or start Saturday morning. We'll start Thursday night. We've talked to multiple people that think Ohio State's just got way too much for Minnesota. You know people are going to lay the chalk here, but getting over 2 touchdowns in Minneapolis with an experienced quarterback in Tanner Morgan and a new quarterback who's yet to throw a collegiate pass in C.J. Stroud, it looks like Minnesota could be a little value, at least first half value.
You know me all too well, LT. I love to make a case for a home underdog, especially in this kind of environment. But the more I dug into this game, and we broke down in great detail on today's edition of the Bet the Board podcast, I couldn't get myself to the window with a ticket on Minnesota. And the main reason behind that, when I look at this Gophers team, I have some concerns about their receiving core. If Chris Ottman-Bell can't go, it's a real step down in terms of some of their secondary options. And while Tanner Morgan dealt with a lot of off-the-field stuff last year, and he will bounce back this year, can he do it entirely on his own if Ohio State's strength, which is going to be their defensive line, is able to sell out, slow down Ibrahim, and try and make the Gophers one-dimensional? C.J. Stroud, of course, the biggest X factor in this game, but I'm not quite sure Ohio State's going to have to throw a ton and get Olave and Wilson involved. They could be running the ball against the Minnesota defense that finished last in the conference in yards per play a season ago, 121st overall in the FBS. They couldn't get much right, so I think this is a game where Minnesota can hang around early but get blown out late. The angle I actually like better if you're going to tangle here is going under the total. I think it's correlated if you believe the dog is live.
North Carolina and Virginia Tech on a Friday night, another big conference showdown in that division as well. Boy, there was a time that you would seem like always bet the Hokies there at home. Not the case anymore with Justin Fuente. What do you think about that big showdown and a big game for Fuente's era there in Blacksburg?
Yeah, Lane Stadium and Enter Sandman don't have that same cachet that they've had in the past. And whether it's Justin Fuente letting this program get away or a variety of other factors, I have some real skepticism in this prove-it year for Virginia Tech and what they're going to look like. Didn't love the fact that Hendon Hooker transfers out and you're forced to go to Braxton Burmeister, a quarterback that we watch not only during his time at Tech but also at Oregon, just never leave you inspired in terms of his game-breaking potential. North Carolina, we all know what Sam Howell is. How Sam Howell will perform, though, without a number of key weapons remains anybody's best guess. For me, I lean towards North Carolina here and laying the points with the road favorite. But again, it's a game where I think under makes a lot more sense. I don't love this North Carolina defense, but I think they can do enough to slow down Virginia Tech a bit. And I think Sam Howell, kind of almost what Jameis Winston had to go to through a certain extent. When he had top-tier talent, all of a sudden he lost a lot of skill guys. It took a little while to build that rapport. So I can see North Carolina winning in a game that's slightly more defensive-minded than that total at 64 suggests.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. You see him on Fox Bet Live, CBS Sports. Follow him at Todd Fuhrman and download BetTheBoardPodcast.com. I knew it would happen. The minute UCLA looked somewhat competent. that the whole world was going to load up on them. So LSU opened -4.5. I think that's where it was going into the weekend, Fuhrman. It's all the way down now to LSU -3. Am I right? Has the world loaded up on UCLA?
This number actually dipped as low as 2.5, and it
Wow.
wasn't recreational bettors looking to try and back the Bruins in this spot. 2.5, though, was the breaking point. You saw a little bit of buyback, and you're right. Number more or less painted a field goal in this spot. And I think this is the age-old question we have. Is a team like UCLA benefiting from playing that 60 minutes? They were dominant against Hawaii. Didn't really have to open up their playbook, 24-3 at the end of the first quarter, and you saw Zach Charbonnet look like he was running against a high school caliber defense with 6 carries and 3 touchdowns for over 100 yards. This will be LSU's first trip out to the West Coast and game in the Rose Bowl, I should say, since they've been playing football way back in 1893. For me, though, I look at the quarterback situation and the drop-off from Miles Brennan and Max Johnson, at least as far as my numbers are concerned, a little bit more pronounced than LSU fans will lead you to believe. What I think will be significantly better, mainly because it's hard to be worse, is that LSU defense that was towards the bottom of the barrel in almost every key category. I mean, they gave up 14 plays of 50-plus yards, which was 126 in the country, which should never happen with 2 NFL-caliber defensive backs. I'm not going to make a case for either side in this game, and honestly, the total I feel is right. But this game will go a long, long way, in my opinion, telling us if we're going to have UCLA as a bet-on team going forward, or if LSU, with the change at offensive and defensive coordinator, can look a lot more like the national championship team or something close to it than the dumpster fire we saw in Baton Rouge a season ago.
Hey, Fuhrman, really good early game in the Big Ten, 11 o'clock Central Time on Fox, Penn State, Wisconsin. Disappointing years for both of those programs last year. High expectations for both this year. I think Wisconsin, I like over the team total of 10. I think they could go 11-1. Tricky opener here, and this number at 5.5 seems like a lot of points. Do you like the dog in this spot?
I don't like the dog here, but I think I'm a little bit higher on Graham Mertz than a lot of folks. And while I know Graham Mertz looked great in his debut against Illinois, we know how porous that Illini passing defense was, so it comes with an asterisk, of course. But Mertz missed extended periods of time with COVID. Wisconsin was depleted at the wide receiver spot. They didn't have a lot of game breakers, and they truly bottomed out during the month of November, where they were ill-equipped to do much of anything on offense. I think that group will get better. I was a little bit surprised to see the Clemson transfer and Chez Malusi get named the number 1 running back. I do think we're going to see a lot of Jalen Berger, but you look at the upgrades, having Jake Ferguson return at tight end, Kendrick Pryor and Danny Davis. I think by default this group gets better, and when you forecast out what Wisconsin's going to be on the defensive side, I think this group will put together another top 10 unit. My biggest issue and why I can't make a case for Penn State in this spot here is the fact that you don't have any consistency on the offensive side. And James Franklin, somewhere along the way, has to make a commitment to an offensive coordinator he truly believes in, because Sean Clifford's going to learn new offense. Franklin has had glowing things to say about his backup, which is never a ringing endorsement for a starter. And I think Penn State on the defensive line is going to be a little bit weaker than the preseason publications lead you to believe. I laid a little bit of 4.5 here with the Badgers. I think they can win this game by a touchdown plus, but keep in mind I burnt more money at the window with Wisconsin last year than any other team in college football.
Todd Fuhrman from Vegas with us on the next round. Todd, Alabama, obviously they get inflated number lines a lot. They've been favored in 152 of 153, something like that. Maybe that number's even gone up now. From a Vegas point of view, I know AP has them number 1. Do you think they're the number 1 team in the country? Does Vegas think Alabama's the number 1 team in the country?
I do have Alabama power rated my top team in the country, although I have a lot more question marks about this current edition than I did last year. And it's no surprise to any Alabama fan. We don't know what Bryce Young will be, and it's not just a reflection of him, but what are the other skill position talents that start to emerge? Will he have John Mechie truly step up and be his number 1? What does Brian Robinson look like as the highly touted running back? It's rinse and repeat for Alabama as we've seen over the years, but it's also tough to assume that the beat goes on when you lose play callers like Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian, and you hand the baton to Bill O'Brien and Doug Marrone in that regard. But as far as season openers are concerned, we go all the way back to 2011. Alabama's average margin of victory, 28 points per game in those contests. Why is that important? The average point spread in those games has been 21, which suggests they're covering by a touchdown or more in those contests. The only team that they've played that would be higher ranked than Miami in their season opener was Florida State back in 2017, and Bama won that game by 17 as slightly more than a touchdown favorite. I think Alabama defensively is going to make life miserable for this Miami offensive line. I know De'Aaron King is going to start. Let's see how healthy and how he trusts that knee that was surgically repaired. And it's just hard for me to step in front of this Alabama freight train. The hard part backing the Tide, this number did open as low as 14. It's out to 19.5. For me to even consider Miami, it'd have to be north of 21. I lean Alabama, but again, I like the under more. And if you happen to have access to a Miami Hurricanes team total under, I think that's probably the best bet you can make here.
Todd Fuhrman for a few more moments. BetTheBoardPodcast.com from out in Vegas at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. While you're in our state, can you give us an opinion on the other two? Auburn minus 36.5 against Akron, and tonight UAB laying 16.5 against my alma mater, Jacksonville State.
Well, Auburn, it's a lay it or don't play it type game. I think Brian Harsey needs to go out there and make a statement, start to build up Bo Nix's confidence. And when we look at Akron, they're going to be the dregs not only of their conference, but all of FBS this year. So if Auburn wants to go out there and put their foot on the accelerator, I think they can win that game by 40+, and it would be smart for a first-year head coach to kind of make that statement when given the opportunity against an inferior opponent. This number opened 36.5. Haven't seen much movement out to 37. The total's held pretty steady at 55. Now, as far as tonight's game's concerned, it's an interesting matchup, knowing that Bill Clark has ties to Jacksonville State, has mentioned in the press how emotional it was going to be, and has said this was the one opponent he never really wanted to play, understanding exactly how important it was for him to be a part of that Gamecocks fraternity. When I look at the number 16 to 16.5, don't see a whole lot of opportunity on the side. Total-wise, I actually lean under a bit, but again, it's always tough to try and gauge some of these FBS and FCS teams, especially when you have so many other interesting storylines. I would have loved this number to open a shade higher at 21, knowing that Clark would probably take his foot off the gas, but at 16.5, I don't think you can be that conservative, even if you're emotional about your previous stomping grounds.
Now, the marquee game of the weekend, Georgia-Clemson Saturday night. I think Clemson wins the national championship. I think they're going to be that improved on the defensive side of the ball. I can't remember the last time Georgia won a big football game. This is a big football game. Clemson's -3. I like Clemson. Where are you on this one?
This is an interesting game because all the 3.5s in the market have disappeared. You've seen money come in on Georgia, and I think there's some concern about the reports that have come out of Clemson as far as how DJ has looked leading up to this game, which is a little bit surprising because the biggest question we all had during the fall was Justin Ross going to be in the fold? If he was out there, it was going to make this Clemson receiving corps truly elite with a quarterback who checked all the boxes as far as his skill set was concerned. Now, when you look at Georgia, you're right. Kirby Smart has continued to underwhelm on the big stage, and I think a lot of it is because he wants to micromanage everything going on. If Kirby is going to get the most out of his current talent mix, he's got to let Todd Monken do his thing, trust JT Daniels to throw the ball around, and take advantage, albeit of a slightly banged-up receiving corps, against the Clemson defense, who I think is significantly stronger in the trenches than they will be in the back end. My biggest concern for Georgia is an untested secondary. So if Clemson's offensive line can hold up, I think it'll bode well for them. And trust me, I wanted to make a case for Georgia here. I really did. The more I dug into this game, I'm starting to like the Clemson side even more. So my strong lean is towards the Tigers as a 3-point favorite.
Notre Dame and Florida State coming up on Sunday night in that contest. I like Notre Dame a lot this year. Not a lot of people talking about the Irish. Who do you like?
This game, we talk all the time about how every point spread tells a story, and there's no greater illustration of opening weekend than a game doing so. We saw Florida State open as a 6-point home underdog at a lot of shops out here in the desert. This number ballooned as high as 11 at FanDuel before kind of settling into that 7.5 range, which I actually think is a perfect number. When you look at the Irish offensively, the biggest question I have going into this season, can Jack Cohn do enough to assume the reins from Ian Book? Because when plays used to break down, Book's legs were one of the more underrated elements of his game. We know what Notre Dame does offensively, a lot of multiple tight end sets, a lot of pre-snap motion, pulling linemen, a quick and easy passing game to set up those high percentage throws. But with an offensive line that only returns one starter in Jarrett Patterson, it could be a little bit of an adjustment period. But as far as coaching hires go, there's no team that did more on one side of the ball. Replacing Clark Lee with Marcus Freeman, who's destined for greatness given everything he's accomplished. Kyle Hamilton is an absolute stud, and I think they're going to be able to create some problems for Florida State offensively, regardless of if it's Mackenzie Milton or if it's Jordan Travis under center. But all the expectations are that this is the most important game that Florida State will play. It'll be an electric atmosphere down there at Doak Campbell, and we'll see what Kenny Dillingham can draw up. At 7.5 or better, I like the Seminoles. At 7, kind of a no-fly zone. But I think this has the potential to be the most compelling game of the entire weekend.
All right, bettheboardpodcast.com is where you hear Fuhrman on all the games. We ask him a ton, but he'll go into everything at bettheboardpodcast.com. You can also follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. See it on FS1 CBS. He's everywhere, including out in the desert. Fuhrman, thank you for the time, man. Have a fun weekend.
Always a pleasure. And one last thing, gents, other than congrats on the new endeavor, I know things are going well. We did offer up a best bet on our Bet the Board podcast. It does revolve around an in-state program in Alabama, but folks will have to tune in to figure out if we're making a case for or against the boys in Mobile.
Ooh, South Alabama. So bettheboardpodcast.com. That's where they go to find that?
Exactly right. First preview of the season as far as week 1 games, but it's also available if you want to try and go back and cram. We did 5 preseason podcasts breaking down every power conference and also have all 8 NFL divisions with plenty of best bets that are still available.
Interesting. Very good. Thank you, Fuhrman. See you next week.
All right, guys. Enjoy the games.
All right. That is Todd Fuhrman with us from out in Vegas on the next round presented by Bud Light.
So did he say you had to play on Southern Miss, South Alabama?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right now, Southern Miss, 1.5-point road favorite. I think a lot of people forget Kane Womack, who did such a good job under Tom Allen, takes over that program, the former defensive coordinator for Indiana. And a lot of people forget who their transfer quarterback is.
I have forgotten that. You'll have to tell me.
One particular program could really use him right now. And he went from there to Utah, and now he's at South Alabama.
Oh, he's the former South Carolina quarterback.
Jake Bentley?
Jake
Bentley's their transfer quarterback. How about that?
Forgot all about that.
I had forgotten that.
Which, I mean, to me is going to be a major upgrade.
Yeah. Well, I would have to say,
probably still has some good football left.
Yeah.
Frank Gore Jr., though, man. Running that football for Southern Miss.
Yeah, still there.
Yeah. That's a good game. That's a sneaky good game.
So Fuhrman says he's got to play on it. You just got to go to his podcast to find out.
Part of the show and that play maybe brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jim, and it's time to get outside and do a little shopping. And Nichols Outfitters wants you to know you come to them to do that shopping before you get outside. For camping and outdoor essentials and accessories, no better place than Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Rooftop or ground tents, coolers and fridges, lighting equipment, and more. Nichols Outfitters is your answer with the best customer service staff in all Alabama. They'll help you make the most of the outdoors. Off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Jamie on the chat, can y'all get Vegas Runner on? Don't know who that is. Mark says no LSU rolls UCLA. I believe that too. LSU rolls UCLA.
I kind of do too.
Yeah.
They'll win going
but
away.
I do think UCLA is improved.
Jimmy thinks Bruins beat LSU on our Twitter feed here at Next Round Live.
It's become a difficult game to handicap.
It has. I think just from the public perception, what I talked about and mentioned this with Fuhrman, I think people are putting a lot of stock into LSU being displaced, having to be in Houston, worried about family back in Louisiana, all those things.
I think there is something to
And
that.
there probably
and
is.
that's one of the reasons I think it's really a difficult game to handicap. I think if LSU had spent the week in Baton Rouge flying out this week
You'd
to
feel
go
a
out
little
to
better
LA,
about it.
I would feel much better about LSU.
It's time now to do 3 and Out. We do it every day on the show, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 3 locations, and then you add 1 to get to 4 locations in our area. It's
Very
3 and Out.
good, Dunaway. Very, very good. It's
I'll
hot.
make it fit any way I can.
In Alabama, drop by any of those 4 locations that Dunaway added up there of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations at online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What happens first? Florida State back to a college football playoff or to their first Final Four ever in basketball?
I mean, Leonard Hamilton is, 1,000 years old now?
Surely. I mean, that team is knocked out. How many brackets has Florida State basketball ruined over the years?
A ton.
But you know where you never see them? It's the Final Four.
And every year,
That's what
though,
I'm saying.
somebody has got them that trendy pick to get to the
That's
Final
what I'm
Four.
saying.
Yeah.
They're
and
always
they've always got the talent.
Man, they're so good, man. Sneaky good.
I
Florida
know,
State.
I know, but you never see them in the Final Four.
Hey, you know who I have in the Final Four? Florida State. You know who I've got in my Elite Eight? Florida State. Who screws my bracket up? Florida State.
I think I'll go college football playoff as far away as they seem right now.
Yeah, I agree with Brown. I think I'd go college football playoff.
I think I would go hoops.
Second down.
Wow.
You keep forgetting. We're about to
I
expand
know
these
the
playoffs.
12 makes it different. What happens first? Oregon back to the college football playoff or Oregon back to a Final Four in hoops?
Oregon College. Yeah.
Somebody looked at the out-of-conference basketball schedules just and got in the basketball mood.
I'll go Oregon in football, Dunaway. I mean, it is easier for them to win the Pac-12 in football than them, and that can potentially get you in anytime, than to them go to the Final Four.
That's right, because you got to be, win 4 games, 3 of those against really good basketball teams to get there. I'll go with the Ducks in football.
Okay, I know Dana Altman is a really good coach. I'm not so sure about Cristobal, so I will go with the Ducks in hoops.
Okay, so you've gone hoops twice. We've gone football twice with the expanded playoffs, and it's easier to get to playoffs than it is the Final Four.
Now, what happens first? Auburn actually wins the West again, or Boise back to a New Year's Six game?
So no basketball in this one?
Nope.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
So Auburn wins the West. Or Boise what?
Or Boise back to a New Year's Six.
This year setting up, Brand, with so many group of 5 teams in the preseason top 25 and finishing in the top 25 that we could have multiple group 5 teams in the New Year's Six this year.
You could. I mean, I think Boise's got a pretty good brand. I need to look at their future schedules because for a team like Boise, they got to beat somebody big out of conference.
Well, they've got the out of conference this year. If they are 6-0 to start the season, watch out for Boise.
I'm gonna take Auburn winning the West.
I mean, traditionally Auburn has given you one of those about every 5 years, right?
Yep.
It could take more than 5 years to get Boise back. I'm just looking if they've got like a game they could hang their hat on coming up.
As you look,
I mean, UCF they lose.
UCF this year, and they play Oklahoma State this year too. They're at Washington in 2023. I think Washington is an ascending program.
But I think they lose the first game for Andy Avalos tomorrow night to Gus and UCF, and then can they always hire the right coach at Boise State? Does it matter who coaches them?
Apparently, it hasn't.
I'm gonna bet Andy Avalos doesn't work out. He becomes the first one not to have uber success there at Boise State.
So, what would not having uber success be? Do you think he makes it 5 years?
He'd be out within 5 years. I mean, it'll be less than what Brian Harsin did there.
Yeah, well, Brian Harsin got a better job.
He did. I'm just saying, I don't think Andy
It'll be less
Avalos
time.
I don't think he'll have as much success as Brian Harsin had there. And let's be honest, Brian Harsin didn't have Chris Peterson type success.
Not even close. Again, 7 years, only 3 Mountain West championships. I mean, that's not good by Boise standards.
So it seems like it's going down a little bit when you have other groups of 5s who are sort of the new Boise.
I don't know who I would take. I don't know how good Harsin's going to be, and I don't know how good Avalos is going to be.
I think UCF's a better program than Boise.
But I think the West is so difficult where we are this. And look, the Mountain West has gotten better. I mean, you look at San Jose State, a team that legitimately has a chance to, I don't want to say shock the world, but that game could be really interesting against USC.
Yeah. San Diego State's been good recently. I mean, Wyoming.
Nevada's going to be good this year.
Nevada's good this year.
I'll still take Boise State, though.
Okay.
4th down.
Bigger number this year, Bryce Young SEC wins or Mac Jones total wins?
I think New England wins more than 8 games.
I'm going to take Mac Jones total wins.
Yeah, I think I would too. I think New England's probably a 10-11 win team.
I mean, Bryce maxes out at 9 SEC wins.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Matt gets 10. I think 10 and 7 is probably the number.
Yeah, I agree with
I'd
you.
go Mac Jones there.
That's 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Charles mentioning Florida State, who hasn't won a World Series in a while. Mississippi State winning the World Series this year won me a steak, Charles. LT had Florida State doing that before Mississippi State did. So I enjoyed that steak. And if you missed it earlier, I'm now 6 steaks up. But we get to a part of the show that we do every Wednesday, used to be on Tuesday, every Wednesday, that I've sucked at in the last 2 years. It is Upset Alert time, and we'll do that next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions.
28 points per game
Available
in those
for qualifying
contests.
members
Why is that
only.
important?
Certain
The average
restrictions
point
apply.
spread in those
AmFirst
games has been
is an
21,
equal housing
which
lender.
suggests they're covering by a
MLS
touchdown or more in those contests.
403-4556. Federally
The only
insured
team
by
that
the
they've
NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
The late summer weather is perfect for a stop at Timberline Golf Club. The Jerry Payton design course was voted by Golf Magazine as one of the best courses you can play in Alabama. A short drive from Birmingham on I-65, exit 228. Get tee times at timberlinegc.com or call 205-668-7888. Great playing conditions year-round, and ask the pro Joe Cruzy about the TrackMan driving range where you can use the same technology as the pros. For lessons and tee times, it's timberlinegc.com. I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy. That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. It's football season, and it's time to win. Lance'sLock.com is a great investment. Lance Taylor gives you a free lock every day on the next round. And if you subscribe to Lance'sLock.com, you get every lock, every league, every day. All this for only $90 per month. No complicated packages or deals. $90 per month. That's just $3 a day. And now through the end of August, use promo code NEXTROUND at checkout and get $15 off. Subscribe now at Lance'sLock.com, promo code NEXTROUND.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We'll get to our upset alert in just one moment in this segment. One interesting note to keep an eye on this football season is JT Daniels, the quarterback of Georgia, that big opener against the Clemson Tigers. Do you know he's never finished a year, never played a full year, JT Daniels?
Oh, I know, yeah.
USC fan over there knows.
I'm just something to keep an eye on. Didn't play it full last year at Georgia. Obviously was really good at the end. But his ability to throw the football down the field, 29 of his 119 passes last year were 20-plus yards. So he pushes it down the field, something that Kirby and Monken were praised at the end of the year for allowing him to stretch the field and open it up a bit.
Look, he had some great receivers at USC. I think if you went receiver to receiver, at least what we saw over the last few years, better receivers at USC. But when we're talking about the entirety of an offense, that offensive line, what he's got with the running backs, I mean, he finally has. I mean, he's in his best situation he's ever been in, and I think he's finally got a lot of confidence. And again, let's not forget that he didn't have a full offseason last year with Todd Monken.
That's right. But a big challenge, you could lose that confidence quick against the Clemson defense. That game, of course, happening on Saturday night, 6:30 on ABC 3340 locally in the market that we're in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll do our upset alert coming up momentarily. I'll ask Brownie a couple other college football questions after LT tells us about Ship Happens.
Hey, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Okay, 2 quick trivia questions, Brown. I love putting you on the spot. Ready?
Okay.
What are you laughing about?
Thinking of somebody shipping themselves. Like they open the box like, oh, thank you.
Oh, they did such a good job with that message.
Screwed up back at the factory. I shipped myself. Shipped.
3 top contenders. That includes Ohio State, Clemson, and Alabama.
Okay.
They're starting quarterbacks. What do they have in common?
They have all never been in my kitchen. I mean, I'm not.
What did you say? Clemson, Alabama, and Ohio State?
Yeah. I would say, I mean.
None of them have started an opener.
None of them started an opener. Oh, and DJ has started 2 games. I don't know. What do they have in common?
They're all California quarterbacks.
Oh, California kids.
They are.
California high school quarterbacks. How about that?
And all came east to play. I didn't know Stroud was from California.
Yeah.
I think I thought he was from Texas for some reason.
Dennis Dodd with that. Maybe I got that wrong. I thought
No.
I
I'm
thought
not going to argue with Dennis.
Okay.
I'm probably mistaking him for the kid that's getting all the endorsement deals that's from Texas, yours.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to ask. After
my
we
bad.
left the show yesterday, Quinn Ewers piled on. We were talking about his big truck yesterday. Now Quinn Ewers has a $1.4 million autograph deal
That is
with
right.
GTSM, one of the bigger autograph companies in the world. They have these huge shows. Already have one planned in 2022 with our buddy Bo Jackson involved with it, and Fred Biletnikoff and some other great Raiders. So they have these huge shows, and he signed up for a 3-year, $1.4 million autograph deal.
That's amazing.
If you told me that company thought they could get $1.5 million, and that's just breaking even, by the way, $1.5 million off an autograph deal with Patrick Mahomes, I'd say, whew, that seems bold there.
It does, yeah.
$1.5 million on Patrick Mahomes, but for a kid that's never even started a college game?
Return on investment. You could have gotten this kid's autograph in the lunchroom last year, and he would have charged you.
Yeah.
Or maybe he would have.
Yeah.
It sounds like I think he would have, yeah.
This guy is he's making a living, that's for sure.
I really want to know behind the scenes. Is this mom or dad or mom and dad, an uncle, somebody pulling the strings? Because you see it with like child actors and entertainers all the time.
All right, time to get to our upset alert. Charles is on our chat room over there. His upset alert really quick. Minnesota wins outright over Ohio State. The way we play it, you got to be a 4.5-point underdog or more. Play it within the points. You count it as a win. You get 2 points if your team wins outright. And it's time to hit it, Rockstar.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, sir.
And it's brought to you by
America's First, Jim Dunaway. Listen, you hear us talk a lot about America's First because banking isn't just about your money, Jim. It's about you. It's about you, Lance. It's about you, Rockstar. Getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you. AmFirst. They've been putting you first ever since.
Be honest really quick. You forgot you were supposed to
I
read
was
something.
supposed to read America's First, yes.
The lights were flashing.
Yeah, I got all caught. I got stuck in the lights and the open and
You
thinking, all right.
shipped yourself.
I did, yes.
I'm going to go first here. Okay,
right.
can I lead us off
Oh,
with an upset?
please.
Sure.
Since I'm currently tied for first on the year.
That's right. It's the best year for you going.
I'm going to take a little matchup between an American Conference and an ACC team this weekend, and I'm going to take USF South Florida, the Bulls, on Thursday night against NC State, 6:30 on the ACC network. I've got NC State giving up 18.5. I think Jeff Scott is a lot better. Is that a bees that are coming in? Is that Hornets?
I think it's
Air Raid.
Air Raid, yeah.
18.5 points. Jeff Scott has South Florida better. It always scares me when LT writes my upset down. He's picking NC State right now.
They were not good last year.
I like the Bulls being a lot better in year 2 with Jeff Scott. He's learning how to coach on the job. USF plays it well inside the number against NC State, but they do not pull the upset.
You've heard the old adage that teams show their most improvement from game 1 to game 2. I don't think that's going to be the case this week. Illinois, big head coming off the Nebraska win. They're now taking on a Texas San Antonio squad. It's Jeff Traylor's second year. This is a guy that coached high school football for 25 years in the state of Texas. They went 7-5 in a very competitive CUSA last year. He's got 21 returning starters. He's got a quarterback in Frank Harris that's got mobility. You saw Adrian Martinez gave that Illini defense a little bit of trouble last week, just couldn't complete those easy throws. This is their first ever game against a Big Ten opponent. They're going to be hyped up. They won 4 of their last 5 regular season games. They lost a bowl game by 1 possession to Louisiana. This is going to be a good Roadrunner squad. They're catching 5.5 points. Arthur Sitkowski has had the ability to process the fact that he will be starting this week for Illinois. I like Texas San Antonio winning the game outright.
Oh, no.
Catching 5.5.
Wait, you say process that he's starting. Do you think the nerves get to him that he
I
was
think it's a
better
little
coming
bit
off
different.
the bench?
I think he came off the bench and he was kind of numb in that situation. You know, he played pretty well. He didn't win the game by any means for Illinois. Nebraska lost that game, and Illinois was effectively able to run the football. I think Texas San Antonio will shut down that run. Sitkowski will have to beat them. I think Texas San Antonio legitimately is going to win this game on the Big Ten Network, 6:30 Saturday night.
Tough loss for Big Brett there.
That would be a hard one to bounce back.
Woo!
And would only make Scott Frost look even worse.
That's true. That's a great point, Jim.
Okay, you have an upset?
I do, in fact. I didn't forget that part of this segment.
Wait. Can we show the video of what Brown did in one commercial break before he pulls his upset here?
What, the milk crate challenge?
Yeah, Brown's trying to steal my Jimmy Current.
Oh my gosh!
And he has a milk crate challenge that he did. Now we're short by about 23 milk crates.
Yeah, but I did it.
Yep. So we need more people. We need more people.
No, I think that's challenging enough.
TikTok is banned it.
We go 2, Brown breaks ankle.
Yeah, that's potential. That's a potential ankle break there, no doubt.
You know, if you break that right ankle, you're not going to be able to drive.
That is true. I can't load up on my right side.
Yep.
You mean not drive on the golf course? You mean drive to work?
I'm talking about legitimately be able to drive. What a pain in the ass that would be.
That would be tough.
Yeah, I shot that from 3 angles.
We call that the LT
we
injury.
The pylon camera.
Pylon camera.
Okay, give me your upset.
I got that right.
Forrester loves the pylon camera. All right, I'm going to San Angelo, Texas, boys. Baylor is on the road at Texas State. Weird game going on the road at Texas State. Rockstar, this one's played at Jim Wacker Field.
You don't need those points.
No, Rockstar, it's Jim Wacker Field. I thought you'd like that stadium.
Is Jim Wacker there?
I don't know. They've named the field after him. There's a chance he's dead.
Do you need the points?
Bobcat Stadium. Will you stop?
Okay.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Bobcat Stadium, 6 o'clock. You can watch this game on ESPN Plus if every other game is off the air for you. Charlie Brewer, Lance, he's not the Baylor quarterback anymore.
He is not.
Nope. We don't know who's going to be. They haven't named a starter yet. They do have a good offensive line. Texas State's,
I was going to say, I know Charlie Brewer is going to be starting this year.
He's going to be starting at Utah. Texas State's going to rotate quarterbacks. Brady McBride, who started last year, and Ty Evans, the NC State transfer. We don't think, Rockstar, that Baylor's going to lose this game, but they're going to have to score late to win it. Give me Texas State plus the 13.5, keeping it so close to
So you need the points.
I do.
Yeah.
Rockstar,
he needs
You
the
told me to
points.
hold on, man.
I told him to hang on. I didn't
You don't
need
play
that.
at Jim Wacker and not play.
Yeah, you don't just waltz into Jim Wacker Stadium and think you're going to need points.
See, a lot of people buying into what we saw week 1 last year when we finally played. A lot of people think Texas State's going to do what they did last year. Did they scare somebody or they win it?
Texas State was 2-10 last year. This is a bounce back.
Did they win it or did they scare somebody?
They scared themselves.
No, they
that
played
was 2 years ago, I think you're thinking.
No, it was last year,
Oh, yeah, it was a Luganville game.
It was right off the bat where everybody was in love with Louisiana. Everybody was in love with Texas State.
I'll tell you right
now. They played
Texas
somebody
State.
to like quadruple overtime. I remember the game.
It was a great game.
It was a great game.
Yeah.
Texas State it was I don't see that, man.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. I think Dunaway's lost.
BYU was their only team they played ranked last year. They lost 52-14. The year before, the only ranked team they played, Appy State, 35-13.
Who'd they open with last year?
They opened Texas A&M 19. They lost 41-7.
Who'd they open with last year? Texas State.
SMU.
SMU. That was a great football.
Oh, that was a fun game. Yeah, that's the game you're thinking of. Yeah.
They lost by 7.
They lost by 7.
Yeah,
and SMU wasn't ranked.
Yeah, but that was a good game. Nobody was expecting that from Texas.
Well, you
State.
hyped it up like it was. They rolled into Ann Arbor.
Jim made it sound like they beat the Green Bay Packers.
It was a home game. Yeah. All right, that's our upset alert today. Brought to you, Brown. Get closer to the microphone. You got to read again here about AM First.
Hey, they are going to bring you the spotlight, not just the upset alert. The spotlight every single day, because banking isn't just about your money; it is about you. Getting help with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you. AM First has been putting you first ever since.
That's about the worst I've ever seen Leach look on the SEC network right now.
Mike Leach?
Yep.
Yeah. He's talking to Marty and McGee. That's from SEC Media Days.
Can I ask you, did he have more chins in Lubbock, Pullman, or Starkville?
Mike Leach looks like the guy that would read an entire novel on the toilet.
You know.
You very specific, but you look like this guy.
I try to get in and out, but he seems like one of those guys that just plops down and he's cool being there for a long time.
Yeah. I probably spend too much time there.
What, on the toilet?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I handle our social media here.
Oh, okay, good.
And Maggie won in our new place. It was not that long ago. We've only been there a week and a half. She said, "My goodness, what are you doing in there?"
You got to send out some tweets, Mag.
And I was
Just trying to get some work done. Never not working.
Read these articles in Maxim.
No, it was something Brown had sent me instantly, and he needed some video back or something.
That's it. And you were on the toilet.
And I
you
was
could have literally said, "Brown, I'm on the John."
Goodness gracious, Brown. I've got to edit this up real quick and send it back to him.
Wow. So I would have waited until you're off the toilet.
You did not make it sound that way.
Wait, I didn't know you were
right there.
On the toilet.
Yeah. You can avoid hurting cats like this for a living by getting a great education from the University of Montevallo, just like I did back in 1988. 1988, great place to graduate from. It's a great place right now, too. My daughter's in school there. You, your son and daughter, can find their future at the University of Montevallo, a college of distinction 10 years running, a best value school named by U.S. News and World Report, meaning their tuition and education right in line. Southern Living calls Montevallo one of the most beautiful college campuses in all the South. 75 majors, 21 Division II sports. Schedule an in-person visit right now at montevallo.edu.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 4 walls, 1 owner, and could solve your financial woes? Your home. That's what. If you're looking for a potential way to turn your home into a hefty payday, a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right is the way to go. A cash-out refi can improve your interest rate while tapping into your home's equity, freeing up cash to pay off debt and lowering your monthly payment. Solve the riddle of your financial woes by visiting MortgageRight.com to get started. NMLS ID 2239.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here for the next round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we liked the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $5.99 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
I don't know if it's the dumbest thing we've heard today, but one thing to end the show with here. Now, the dumbest thing was Brown doing a 1 milk crate carton milk crate challenge.
That's the only crate I had.
Yeah,
I only had the one.
If you'd like to
That's
deliver
one more than me.
22 more milk crates for us.
No.
Here high atop the Blue Lake Center, we would be gladly force Brown to climb on 23 of those things.
Negative.
We need 22 more.
Negative.
It involves speed limits, not in Oxford, Mississippi, though. What's the speed limit in Oxford, Mississippi?
It's Archie Manning's number, right? What was it?
What, like 18?
18, something like that, yeah.
1 mile per hour faster in one of the world's biggest cities after LT tells us about Hemp Hill.
Hey, as you guys know, the team at Hemp Hill Services, they're my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently had to replace that AC unit. These guys were out that same day. Courteous, professional. That's how they work. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services is an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
In Paris, all the speed limits in the city being changed to 19 miles per hour permanently.
That's pretty slow. Is it 19 kilometers per hour?
19 miles per hour, 30 kilometers, I think. But the equivalent of 19 miles per hour.
Why so?
The reason they're trying to discourage everyone from driving and owning cars. They're trying to change the environment and the crowdedness of streets in Paris.
Well, they don't care about work there anyway, right?
Yeah. It's
a 4-day
work week there, right?
Which I do agree with the 4-day work week.
19 miles per hour. And one other thing, they are eliminating 60,000 parking spaces from the 144,000 they had in the city. So they're taking away 60,000 parking spaces and lowering the speed limit to 19 miles per hour to try to discourage you from owning a car or driving a car.
Yeah, it's not. You know who that's really going to help? Your businesses downtown.
Right.
I say that as someone that's never been to Paris.
Mass transit, walking, biking is what they're wanting you to do.
It's going to be like parking in Uptown now.
Seriously.
Looking forward to that first game, aren't you?
Well, somebody
just saying right now. I mean, maybe they'll move a crane here and there, and move a dirt pile.
Well, I'm sure they will move the cranes once the stadium's done. But somebody on the chat said, that basically they built Protective Stadium. They built Protective Stadium on the only parking lot down there, and didn't build other parking lots.
More coming, I hope.
Well, you would think.
Beautiful stadium. Can't wait till UAB does that on October 2nd against Liberty. As Brown told you earlier in this show, there's a good chance Tulane will play a home game at Legion Field before UAB plays one at Protective Stadium this year. And it could be a home game against UAB at Legion Field. Stay tuned to that. That from Ross Dellinger a little bit earlier in the show. Cowan Equipment poll question. Put a wrap on all those. Brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Again, Cowan.com for all of the information on our friends there. Cowan Equipment, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us, Cowan.com, to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com.
So Saturday brings an end to the Alabama football neutral site season opener games. What's your feeling about that? 56% of you said you're happy to see them go. 24% wish there were more. 20% of you said, you know what, I don't care. I'll go wherever they play. Doesn't really matter to me. That's your standard Alabama fan answer. Jimbo Fisher is 62% say a one-hit wonder. 38% say great coach. See, I didn't write that poll, and I'm not trying to criticize the person that did. But it does seem like there's a lot.
There's got to be an in-between.
There's a lot of space between one-hit wonder and great coach. I don't know who wrote that, though, so I'm not criticizing them.
I wrote it.
Oh, on the toilet?
No. Standing up. Before I wash my hands, though.
I'm just saying there is space between one-hit wonder and great coach. Jim, I'm not trying to be critical.
But I didn't want to give you a safe landing space. Yeah. Everyone would have picked that one.
That's true. Upset Alert Wednesday on the show. Who pulls the biggest upset this weekend? Is it the Raging Cajuns over the Horns? 53% of you say, yeah, I'll take that one.
Too many people buying into that.
Yeah, you know who loves this poll is Lance Taylor. Look at him writing over there. He's keeping up with what the public says. 28% say Florida State over Notre Dame.
A sexy pick, too. I think Notre Dame handles business there by the covers of points.
13% say Gophers over Buckeyes. Minnesota over Ohio State Thursday night.
Too sexy.
And only 6 of you say Miami over Alabama. 6%,
only 6 or
not
6%?
6%.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jim. Which of these teams surprised you the most they did not win the national championship? 2018 Alabama 37%, 2016 Alabama 35%, and 2010 Alabama 28%.
Pretty close in all those.
Yeah, there's a tight vote. Those are your poll questions. I would submit to you the 2010 one, if it had come later in Alabama's run, because they'd only won one national championship then. So thinking you're just going to win it every year. Alabama fans think that now. That 2010 team was phenomenal.
But I think in 2009, when you say, okay, I've got Greg back at quarterback,
That's
I
what I'm
got
saying.
Mark back, I got Julio back, I got, you thought to yourself, well, if they won it in 2009, they're going to win it in 2010.
Yeah, most of that defense was back. Darius and all those guys are back.
Yeah, didn't happen.
So where were the losses? It was
At
South Carolina, LSU.
Yep.
And
LSU
Auburn,
was such a
right?
bad loss.
Auburn, the comeback at Tuscaloosa.
The comeback, yep.
Yeah.
All
Crazy.
good games.
The LSU loss was the backbreaker. Even with the South Carolina loss, that was a 2-touchdown loss. Alabama was still right in the middle of the national championship hunt until they lost the LSU game.
Okay, UAB tonight. A little breakdown on that game right now, thanks to our friends at Redmond Vodka, as you get ready to watch the Blazers tonight, 6:30 on ESPN, take on Jacksonville State. It's an opportunity to enjoy responsibly one of the great local products from Redmond Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have the harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin. It's also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Fastest-growing distillery in Alabama is Redmond.
5 seconds each. Give me your MVP tonight. Do you think it's Tyler Johnston? Do you think it's Dwayne McBride? Do you think it's somebody for Jacksonville State?
Dwayne McBride.
Dwayne McBride for me as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to go Tyler Johnston. I think McBride will have a big game, but this is a good Jacksonville State defense. Again, they won 10 games just 150 days ago, giving up less than 15 points per game, and I think Zarek Cooper will make plays. This will be an entertaining, interesting game into the fourth quarter.
All right, that's our show today. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community.
Our hard work pays off.
Direct access to your local bankers,
Our
and relationships
spending
that
away
last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Want more of the Next
By Craneworks and Rental Works, your number one source for
nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor.